Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Garage Door Sports Network 2021 NFL Draft Special. My name is Nick McVicar. I will be your host for today's festivities. This year, every year, we get to watch amazing college athletes, hear their name called, and fulfill their dreams. And the rest of us get to watch and analyze every second of it. And I know you would love to listen to me host this entire thing by myself, but I will never do that. So joining me today in the studio is Kyle Varty, my great co-host from the Garage Door Sports Podcast, host of the Betting House Pod. Kyle, it's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a crazy one, but I'm expecting a lot of trades, a lot of movement. But of course, we're going to see a lot of quarterbacks go.
Oh, 100%. There's a very real possibility potentially 5 quarterbacks go in the first 5 picks. This draft is, in recent memory, probably one of the most hyped up drafts that I'm actually super excited for. It's just one of those, you never know with this. The picks could go anywhere at this point. There could be trades. There could be anything. It's first time in a while I'm actually excited to watch a draft, and I don't really care where people are in the position they are right now, because that's sure as hell not going to be where they end up. So it's going to be a very exciting night for sure.
And joining us as well, Kyle, because it's not just you and me. Mm-hmm. We are joined by a very special analyst, host of Between the Uprights on our network, Logan Lockhart. Logan, are you ready for the craziness that we are about to see?
You don't think that a lot of people would like that? I would. And Kyle, you too. I'd listen to you guys talk all day. I'm getting 2018 draft vibes out of this one. And it does start with the quarterbacks. Whenever you have a quarterback-driven draft, that's what I'm going to think of. Now, are we going to see more than 5 quarterbacks selected in the first round? I don't know. But you know that the off-season movement of quarterbacks set up this day. And whenever that's the conversation around an NFL draft, everyone's going to be excited. So I'm right there with you, Kyle. I haven't been this excited for a draft in a long time.
And Logan, you mentioned the quarterback conversation. Kyle, you mentioned the quarterback conversation. Let's jump into that. That is the biggest conversation going into this draft because there's some high-end talent here. Lawrence, Wilson, Fields, Lance, and Jones are all most likely going in the top 15. Kyle, you said top 10 potentially. Mm-hmm. What separates these guys from everyone else?
What separates them is unique talent. Each one of these quarterbacks is elite in their own right. I think the biggest thing is, obviously, you look at Lawrence, who is basically the whole picture, right? He's got the athleticism. He's got the cannon of an arm. He's the field general. Then you look at Wilson, Zach Wilson, who kind of a one-year wonder, never really did anything before last year, but has all the intangibles of being a true franchise quarterback. You then look at, Justin Fields and Trey Lance. Justin Fields earlier this year was the number 2 quarterback, and it wasn't even close. And now all of a sudden you're potentially talking about him being, some scouts are calling him the number 5 quarterback. So it's like, it could be anywhere. But, he led Ohio State. He got beat up in the college playoffs, yet still came out in that field and truly showed who he was. Trey Lance, again, maybe a one-hit wonder last year, 28 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Obviously played one game and then opted out this year. So, there's lots of question marks about him, but he arguably has the most upside out of any quarterback in this draft. And then finally you got Mac Jones, and Mac Jones is one of those quarterbacks where he just gets stuff done. He played on Alabama, the best team. And, obviously with the wide receivers he was throwing to, it's a great advantage at that point, but, he's no slouch by any means either. I personally think that, Justin Fields is my number 2 behind Zach Wilson, but we'll get into that a little bit later. But it's exciting because anybody could go at any pick. Obviously, we kind of think we have the first 2 picks an idea.
We think.
But with all these rumors going around and trades and potentially people being on the market,
we'll get into that at some point. Don't worry.
Nick doesn't want to touch on that right now with maybe his quarterback potentially being on the move, but it's you could even see this is going a little bit more, but I could potentially even see another quarterback sneaking into the end of the first round. You look at even Davis Mills from Stanford or Kyle Trask from Florida. Either one of those too. So
that's a possibility.
But those top 5 quarterbacks, we have not really seen a quarterback prospect group like this in a little while. So,
Logan, what are your thoughts on the top 5 quarterbacks before we move on to our big board conversation?
Each quarterback to me has an identity. And let's go back to 2018, actually, because when you had those quarterbacks, whether it was Sam Darnold, Josh Allen, Baker Mayfield, you kind of knew what you were getting in each of them. Josh Allen, if you wanted the big arm, you can go with him. In this draft class, let's pinpoint on Justin Fields for a second here, because you kind of know the kind of quarterback he is. And think about the New England Patriots here. Cam Newton's there. Cam Newton, when he came out of that draft in 2011, you kind of knew that he was something like we'd never seen before. You could have made that argument. I think of Justin Fields, similar kind of player to Cam Newton, if he would bring that to New England, but that's the elephant in the room, guys. That's kind of my thought on these quarterbacks. We know that these 5 guys are going in the first round. We know that Trevor Lawrence is going number 1. I think the 49ers at 3, absolutely, that's the right thing to do. Can the Patriots trade up into the top 10? I think that's kind of the elephant in the room because we've been talking about that for months. I'm having deja vu about 2 things before we get into the big board. Number 1 year ago, we talked about how the Patriots, what are they going to do with a quarterback? What are they going to do? Is Stidham going to get the reign? We had to wait until June until they signed Cam Newton. That's my first deja vu. My second deja vu is Aaron Rodgers being upset. And now here we are with Green Bay. How is Green Bay going to approach this draft when you have a bombshell that drops on you hours before it? Because we saw what happened last year. Bit of a bombshell when they took Jordan Love. Then they went offense again in the second round. And we saw how that whole draft unfolded. With the Rodgers rumors being concrete right now, how do they go about this draft? So there's a couple deja vus, and those are my 2 big storylines.
And you're right with that. The Green Bay quarterback controversy that came up today on Twitter is one to watch throughout this event, and we're going to keep it locked on there as much as we possibly can. But let's focus on the players going today. Obviously, we know the big names in the NFL, but what about the big names that are about to join the NFL? And Kyle, you put together your big board, top 50 players available. 1 through 10 is pretty obvious, but what do these guys have that stand out above the rest of them?
Well, at number 1, I obviously have Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence is just he's honestly, I don't even think it's close. He's the number 1 prospect. He's the franchise quarterback. He's the the quarterback that's going to make a difference. And if Jacksonville does do the smart thing and takes him, which everybody thinks they're going to, they're set up for years, right? Then it's adding pieces to give him a little bit better of an idea. At number 2, I have Penei Sewell, and I purely have this because he's a great offensive lineman, and he can slide inside and out. And he's a step above the next one. And, I'll get into the next one I have later, who's actually number 8, but I'll get into that in a little bit. Kyle Pitts, number 3. I don't really think I have to say too much more about Kyle Pitts. He's a beast. He's a tight end, but you could easily put him out wide and make him a wide receiver. And he would, I think he ran a sub 4th. I think it was 4.3, I think is what it was.
Something like that. Something ridiculous.
Something stupid of a man that size should not be able to go that fast.
And you would know about big men.
I would. I am a big man myself, but I do not run anywhere close to being near that, which
Hold on, you run?
No, lineman jog. Lineman jog still counts, just not fast.
Okay.
But then at number 4, I have Jamar Chase, and Jamar Chase, everybody keeps talking about that, the Burrow Chase reunited back in Cincinnati, and as much as I would love to see that, because that would be a great idea, I don't know how that's going to go. And you go through the Alabama wide receivers, Waddell, Smith, those are top picks as well. And then you kind of have the quarterbacks in my top 10 as well. You got Zach Wilson and so on and so forth. So, lots of potential and lots of game changers in this draft.
Yeah, and we'll keep going. 11 through 20 as well. Yep. You can see them there. Lots of big players. I mean, Micah Parsons being at 12, yep. He could be a game changer. Smith at 11, obviously. We know he has the ability to be a game changer. You were worried about his size. Yep. Logan, I want to bring you into the conversation. Anyone that stands out on Kyle's 11 through 20?
Mac Jones has to stand out at 14 because you look at the quarterbacks that are taken before then, and Kyle, I was listening to you talk about how you love Justin Fields and everything, but isn't there a consensus that the 49ers love Mac Jones? And I want to pose that to you right now. What's the difference here, Mac Jones, between the other quarterbacks on this list?
I think the biggest thing is this is talent-wise, I think, is the reason why I put him on 14 on the board. Biggest thing for that is Mac Jones systematically fits the Niners perfectly. And I think that's why San Fran is looking at Mac Jones so much. Coming out of Alabama, coming out of the program that they do and the offense that they run fits seamlessly with Shanahan's offense, I think is the biggest thing. And I think that's why they're talking about Jones going 3 right now, purely because Trey Lance, he has the most potential out of the quarterbacks, in my opinion. But is he ready to start day one? I don't know about that. San Fran right now needs a day one starter because who knows if Jimmy G is going to be healthy. Who knows if he's actually, if the knee is going to hold up, whatever it may be. That's why I have Jones on my big board down a little bit comparatively to the other quarterbacks.
San Francisco is, and sorry, we'll get back to the big board there. San Francisco is an intriguing team to me because Kyle Shanahan, he can go in so many different directions with who he wants under center. We know the Garoppolo thing's done. Mm-hmm. It has to be. Now, does he potentially look into reuniting with Matt Ryan in any capacity? I mean, could that be a possibility? I don't think any of these quarterbacks necessarily, except Trevor Lawrence, can step in day one and you're looking at immediate impact. So for the 49ers, they're in a position where the window is very open. This is not that long ago. I think last year was an oddity. I think this is an elite team. They got to win now. I think they're going to go out and get a veteran quarterback. I think there's time for that still. But, hey, look, you still have to draft one at 3, and you do have to set up your future. It's just about which kind of guy Kyle Shanahan wants.
That's a good point. And I want to get through the rest of the draft. We got to take a quick break, so let's get through the rest of your big board really quick. I'm going to fly through it. Yeah. 21 through 30. Kyle, you got some big names there. The one that surprises me, I think, was Gregory Rousseau. He's down on a lot more boards. Mm-hmm. He's in the 40s and 50s on a lot of boards. I like him at 30. I think that's a great point there. Mm-hmm. Then we go to 31 through 40, and Travis Etienne, Najee Harris, you start bringing the running backs in here. Yep. Notoriously, NFL teams do not like to take running backs in the first round, so that's a potential there to keep an eye on. You also have Rondale Moore. I like him. I think he's a little low on your board personally, but I think he will go in the first round, in my opinion. That's my own opinion. No, don't take that with any credit because they're the analysts. I'm the host. And we'll go through 41 through 50 really quick as well. Liam Eichenberg, Creed Humphrey, Pat Freiermuth. I'm always going to screw that name up, but I'm going to try. Yeah. Those guys are names that you will also see. I don't know if we'll see them today. I really don't think we'll see them today, but they're big names. I like you having them on your board. Mm-hmm. We got to take a quick break here on the network show. We will be back right after this.
Hey guys, I'm Gabe Ferraro.
And I'm Logan Lockhart from Between the Uprights on the Garage Door Sports Network.
We cover everything football from NFL, CFL, and all off-season storylines. We make our weekly picks during the season and cover every headline in the off-season.
Check us out on the shows tab at GarageDoorSports.com for our weekly episodes.
Hey guys, it's producer Jake here from Betting House, the Garage Door Sports Network's ultimate degenerate gambling podcast. Catch our episodes weekly on Apple, Spotify, and Google as we bring you banter, laughter, and of course picks for all sorts of games throughout the week. Give us a follow on our socials at BettingHousePod, where you can catch all our bets each week, as well as some bonus content. Remember to always gamble responsibly. Let's get rich.
Good day, everybody. This is Ryan from 20 Minutes on Ice. Join me and my co-host Nick McVicar for opinions and analysis on the week that was in the hockey world. New episodes available every Tuesday, wherever you download your favorite podcasts from. 20 Minutes on Ice, part of the Garage Door Sports Network.
NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select
Thank you to Jordan McDonald for that beautiful intro video. And folks, we are ready to go. It is 8 o'clock. That means the first pick is on its way. We kind of have a general idea of where we're going with this one, right, boys? It's got to be Trevor Lawrence at number 1 based on everything we've heard. Logan, is there any way at all that you see this not going Lawrence?
Absolutely not. Not when you hear about a guy since he was in high school and when you see him debuting in college, right? I mean, that was exciting in itself. We knew this years ago, and Jacksonville's going to get their franchise quarterback.
And Kyle, same thing, right? Like, he's going number 1. Like, he has to go number 1.
Well, apparently he's already had Jacksonville's playbook for like almost 2 weeks now. So, it's a foregone conclusion. But this is a huge pick for Jacksonville. Obviously, they tried their luck with Minshew Magic. Didn't really work out too well. But Trevor Lawrence, as I said before, he's a stud. He's the type of guy that you want to lead your team onto the field. And
sure.
And he's one of those ones, he's got the size, he's got the athleticism, he's got everything you could need in a quarterback. So.
Yeah, and we've been talking about quarterbacks a lot. We're going to get into the draft, obviously, when Commissioner Goodell steps up to the microphone and says, we're ready to go. We'll bring you that. But for now, I want to talk about the news that kind of broke today, and a lot of it was relating around Green Bay and Aaron Rodgers wanting out of the pack. What do you think happens in this draft? And Logan, I'm going to start with you on this one. Do you think he gets moved today? And if so, where would be an ideal landing spot? 2 different questions. You can answer them in any order you want. But what do you think happens?
I'd be floored if he gets moved today. I just don't think that's going to happen. I don't think it will happen for a long time. I don't think anything is imminent. 49ers make sense, and I know that this story, if he does go to the 49ers eventually at some point, this would be the full circle story. I mean, in 2005, 49ers could have took him. And that was the team that Rodgers thought very well could take him, kind of where he wanted to go to begin with. Never happened. Green Bay takes him later in the first round. But with the 49ers, it makes a lot of sense. Would the Packers want to trade him to the 49ers? I'm not sure. We've heard the reports how the 49ers have already reached out to Green Bay about Aaron Rodgers, and they said, quote unquote, no chance. So that tells you a little something right there. But you do not rush yourself into trading a player like Aaron Rodgers. He's a Hall of Famer. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Why would you rush? Take your time. Okay, this is not Carson Wentz here or somebody else where you can kind of just, find a deal. No, I'm saying, it's
a valid point. No, I'm agreeing with you, Logan, 100%.
Yeah. It's just different circumstances, right? I mean, with the Eagles, it's like, all right, let's get this guy out of here and move on with our franchise. Mm-hmm. With the Packers, you almost have to talk to him and say, hey, man, let's not do this. I mean, you are the franchise. You're beloved here. Do you want to think again? I mean, do you really want out of here? He's got to retire as a Packer. That's what they're thinking. You got to take your time. Nothing can happen too soon.
Yeah, we were talking about this a little before the show, me and Kyle, and the potential here is huge. We're trying to see what would happen if he does get moved. And if he's going to a place like San Fran, you have to get a quarterback back. Or else you have to take a quarterback at 3. That's my biggest concern. If you trade Aaron Rodgers and you don't get a quarterback back in this draft, and you're trading into the top 10, you have to take a quarterback, right, Logan?
Well, what about Jordan Love? I mean, hold on for a second. They kind of shocked the world last year about Jordan Love. So now you're kind of throwing all that away, and that can turn into a disaster very quickly.
But here's why I say you still have to take a quarterback. Can you name another quarterback on the roster other than Jordan Love?
That's a valid point.
That's my concern. Like, yes, I agree Jordan Love would be the next in line. So why don't you take a guy, if you're trading into the top 10, why don't you take a guy that can sit behind Jordan Love or compete with Jordan Love to make Jordan Love better? Like, you have to try to make the best out of a bad situation. And if you're trading Aaron Rodgers and you're not getting a quarterback back, you need to fill the quarterback room somehow. And I don't see a whole lot of quarterbacks available as free agents at the moment. So I would rather go and get somebody in that first pick. Now, that's only if they don't get a quarterback back in the trade, right, Kyle? So if they do get a quarterback back, like if he goes to San Fran and we get Jimmy G back, it changes the entire draft. Like, then you can go for a wide receiver. You could go, I mean, if you're going up to 3 for the 49ers pick, you could go Pitts and take Pitts, right? Or you could go offensive line and get Sewell. Like, there's so many different things that open up. But if you don't get a quarterback, what happens then?
If you don't get a quarterback, you got to take a quarterback. And, TJ just messaged in the chat that the Green Bay fans are punching the air right now, hoping that Rodgers does not leave. So there's that. But honestly, if you don't get a quarterback back, you then have to go scramble mode and take the best quarterback available. Like, obviously, you took Love last year, but if all this chatter is about them needing a new quarterback if Rodgers is gone, do they truly believe in Love? That's the biggest question. So
that's exactly what I'm thinking. It's like, are we even convinced that Jordan Love is a viable option? We don't know yet.
Well, considering they tried to trade him, I don't think they're convinced that he's a viable option. So I'm trying to figure out a way to make it worthwhile on both ends. Like, you can't have a quarterback room with just Jordan Love in it at this point as a valuable NFL quarterback, because you don't even know if he is a viable NFL quarterback right now. So you need to kind of fill that spot, and the only way I see that happening is if you trade up and you draft a quarterback.
I think ideal scenario is they get Garoppolo back in the trade, and then Green Bay, if they really want to, can drop down in the draft, pick up more draft picks for somebody who really wants that quarterback, right? So if you pick up Garoppolo, you're set for the quarterback, right, for at least the next year or so, depending on what Love turns into or what he becomes.
And that's a different thing altogether than what we're talking about. Because if you get Jimmy G, this conversation changes completely. Yeah. Because you don't have to worry about a quarterback because you have an NFL-ready quarterback, Logan.
I'm right there with you in terms of getting a lot of assets back, draft capital, and then you kind of build around what you have, because this team, let's be honest for a second, they are winning. This isn't a dumpster fire in any stretch of the imagination. NFC championship games, back-to-back years, and Aaron Rodgers, I don't know what the situation is. Obviously, we don't know exactly what he's thinking, but if you do trade him, and I can't imagine that anybody in Wisconsin would be happy about that. I don't care what they get back.
We won't. I can answer that question for you,
yes,
Logan. We will not
you can
be
answer
happy.
that. You wouldn't be happy about that. And that would really, in your mind, just absolutely change football there for a very long time, because that's the guy that has to retire as a Green Bay Packer. If you do trade him to San Francisco, and again, I'm not high on that whole idea. I mean, if I'm the Packers, I'm saying, can we not trade him to an NFC team? Can we try to find a way to not trade him within our conference? I mean, that would be a disaster, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. And Kyle's pointing at his Patriots pullover now, wanting him to go to the Patriots. I'm not sure about that, but another option here, and this is one that we talked about as well. What about the Jets? What about the Jets? They have the number 2. They're going to draft Wilson, we assume, or a quarterback at 2. We're assuming Wilson just because of everything that's been said. What if they trade and they use their 2 first-round picks to acquire Aaron Rodgers? They're set for the next 4 or 5 years based on how Rodgers is playing. And then Green Bay can have their pick of the litter of which quarterback they want after Trevor Lawrence. It's almost too good to be true, and it gets him out of the conference.
Well, didn't we see this about 12 years ago? Brett Favre played for the Jets. Yep. So it's almost as if you're giving me vibes of a Packers quarterback who's older. Now he's going to the Jets, and we're going to see if we can work it out. I wouldn't do that if I'm the Jets. I would try to do a do-over on Darnold. They had this same kind of draft pick, okay, in this top 5 of the draft in 2018. They took Darnold. It didn't work out. 2021, here's their do-over, and they got to get it right this time. So I don't know if I would go in that direction with an older quarterback. And yes, Aaron Rodgers is a Hall of Famer. But if you're the Jets, what's going to happen? Why would Aaron Rodgers like to go to the Jets? I mean, he has a problem in Green Bay for who knows what. And now the Jets, as if it's going to be all, singing songs at the campfire with the Jets, it'd be the opposite.
Yeah, I think honestly, the ideal scenario for him, especially, and for really San Fran, would be San Fran. Yeah. Right. They are the franchise who's highest up in that draft. That is win now scenario right now. So
don't forget, we have to take that into account. 100%. Obviously, San Fran had an injury-riddled 2020. There's no doubt about that. They were depleted. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. We're getting jokes from TJ. Darnold is going to pop off in Carolina, but
to be honest, he's not wrong.
He's not wrong, but it's just funny that that's the conversation that he wants to have. We're talking about.
I think it's also funny the fact that Darnold is going to pop off, but apparently they're looking at a quarterback at 8 still too. So it's an interesting scenario.
I'm not sure about that, but we'll see how that plays out as well. It looks like they're getting more bands out on the stage, so we're going to take another quick break here just to give us a little bit of a breather before we get into the picks. We will bring you pick number 1 when we come back.
Come join me, Kelton Forrest, on the Mic college basketball podcast powered by the Garage Door Sports Network, where we talk everything from my disdain for Duke basketball to my love for Kentucky and John Calipari, and everything in between. Check us out under the shows tab at garagedoorsports.com and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everyone, this is Irfan Manji from Touchline Thoughts. We are an all-soccer podcast hosted by yours truly with guests every episode. We provide news, analysis, and opinions every episode as well. Touchline Thoughts is powered by the Garage Door Sports Network, and you can listen to us on your favorite podcatcher. Cheers.
Goodell is currently on the stage riling up the Cleveland fans because he has to get some boos. Because if he didn't, then it wouldn't be a draft, right, Logan? If he wasn't getting booed, it would not be a draft. We're going to have a lot of fun. We're getting ready for the first pick. Mm-hmm. Kyle, are there any other storylines that you want to talk about before we get into the actual draft?
Actual storylines? That's a real question. Biggest thing to me all around the draft is just where the pieces fall. I think is the biggest key. Biggest key is the amount of trades that potentially could happen in this draft is truly astounding. You hear about multiple teams that need a quarterback trying to trade up, or multiple teams who love a corner or an offensive lineman, whoever it may be, that are maybe in the late 20s or early 20s that need to get up into the teens or just after that top 10 or maybe even in the top 10. To me means I think there could be more moves on this draft day than we've seen in a very long time. That's the biggest story for me is I don't think I've ever heard the amount of trade talk comparatively to previous years. Previous years, there's always been a few, but never you're talking about 5-6 trades potentially.
And it's funny that you bring that up because I just got a message from Irfan. He's our off-the-board analyst today, I guess is the best way to put it, Logan. He said that we got to talk about Carolina potentially moving up and taking a quarterback. There's talk of them trying to move up a little bit. Mm-hmm. And the Saints trying to move up and take a quarterback not named Winston. Mm-hmm. Logan, what do you make of those two potentially making that move?
Yeah, New Orleans I had my eye on in the second round. I thought that if Kyle Trask does fall, New Orleans might be the place. So that was number one. So I've always thought New Orleans, we know that Peyton likes the duo, Winston and Taysom Hill. But you do need to add competition. When a guy like Drew Brees retires, that's the first thing you do. Okay, let's kind of start over with our competition field under center and see where we go. So this draft is a good opportunity for them. So New Orleans, absolutely. I'm not sure they need to trade up, though.
Fair enough. I think it will be an interesting play regardless if the Saints do move up. That throws the entire draft. I mean, let's be honest. Any trade will throw the entire draft off its keel. But if the Saints move up and actually take a quarterback, that really messes with all of that division. Mm-hmm. I know Tampa's pretty much set. They're bringing everybody back. But the rest of that division then has to play scramble mode and try to play catch up at this point, right, Kyle?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is I think Atlanta's set. I don't think they're going to move on from Matt Ryan just purely because of that contract. I think with the contract where he is, it's going to cost him too much money over the next 2 years to get rid of him in order to do it. So I think, maybe after the top 3, once we know who that third pick is, that's when the draft gets interesting. Because if they go Mac Jones at 3, then all of a sudden the Saints aren't trading up for a quarterback. They're trading for a corner. They're potentially trading up for Farley because apparently that's who they're interested in.
That is true.
So, if Jones is off the board, I don't see them trading top 10. I look at the Patriots or the Bears who are truly trying to get into the top 10 to try and draft one of those quarterbacks. Them moving up, Panthers, I can see them. I don't necessarily see them moving up for a quarterback purely because they just got Darnold. It doesn't make sense for them to then spend the 8th overall pick to go get a quarterback. To me, as TJ said earlier, I look at Rashawn Slater, perfect, fit that offensive line. Your defense looks legit right now based on what they've got over the past 3 or 4 years where they literally took all defense. Also, if you really want to go off the board, Carolina takes one of those Alabama wide receivers, add them to Robbie Anderson and DJ Moore. That could be a dangerous combination, and you give Darnold the most weapons with CMC coming back. People forget that, they didn't have him for 95% of the year last year. So, CMC coming back, you add maybe like a Waddell or something like that in the slot. Jeez.
That's a scary thought.
Carolina's looking scary in that division now. Tampa, to me, they go number 2 right behind Tampa. Because, New Orleans is taking that step back with Jemias / Taysom Hill /
whoever they end up having as their quarterback.
And Atlanta, Atlanta has the pieces on offense, just can never put it together. So it's like I can never trust them to be anything more than 3 or 4 in that division. So
and there's also talk of them moving Julio.
Yep.
Julio could be on the move, Logan. Mm-hmm. That's something that I never thought I would say, but Julio could be on the move.
Could be. This division was intriguing last year when Brady went there, and now yet again it is. Carolina, a lot of Darnold supporters would say, well, he just didn't have the pieces in New York and this and that. Well, the receiving core in Carolina, that is something that Darnold supporters will say he can work with. But I'm just curious, and maybe you guys can have some input on this, but what does Carolina think of Darnold? What is he? They're going to think this is like a project? Maybe he can be the guy? Obviously not, though, if we're hearing rumors that they want to take a quarterback.
In my opinion, I think they do think he could be the guy. I think the concern is that he still needs to prove he could be the guy. I think he has the tools, and I think everyone agrees. If you talk to anyone who's an NFL analyst, they agree that Darnold has the tools. It's just getting that confidence, in my opinion, that he hasn't had because he was playing for the Jets under Adam Gase, who absolutely destroyed him by using him in a system that didn't make sense for Darnold. So I think he has the tools. I think he has the ability. They just need to build that confidence up. So yes, unfortunately, at the start, he is a project because he has to be a project because there's no other way to put it other than the fact that he hasn't proven it yet. Will he be a project long term? Probably not. Mm-hmm. But do you want to make sure you have something in the back just as a precaution? That would be my only concern, and that might be why they maybe pick up a Trask or an Ellinger later in the draft as a backup who is also a project, because then you have the fallback, right? If Darnold does not turn out in Carolina, then I think he becomes the expendable piece, and you get that Ellinger or Trask to be that next step. I think that's where I'm at with that one, Logan.
That the draft capital that Carolina has, if they invest a lot in a quarterback, it's almost like you're running in a circle over and over again because Bridgewater's not there anymore. And he was the guy last year they brought in and said, okay, maybe this team can kind of compete a little bit and down the stretch, a wild card spot, we'll see. It didn't work. Darnold is this year. And then you go to the draft and you're still talking about a quarterback. And there's got to come a time where you start building the pieces somewhere else, and you can't be running at the circles. Now, late in the draft is so key for so many teams, right? It just is. And I want to bring up Cincinnati before we do get to the first pick here, because for them, it's just going to be about protecting Joe Burrow. And that's the big, big storyline for them. And if they can't do that, then it's been a failure of a draft, right? And I think with Aaron Rodgers, and maybe this is why he might be a little upset in Green Bay, it's like, why isn't there any sort of communication about how we can build around this team, right? Look what Tampa Bay did last year. And look what Cincinnati's about to do. And I think where they're sitting in the first round, that's exactly what they're going to do.
That's fair. Kyle, did you want to weigh in on this one? Or?
Yeah, I mean, going to Carolina, just to touch on that, I do think that there's a real potential they do trade back. I think they get some more assets, potentially even, like I look at that 8 spot, I look at the Patriots. If Justin Fields is there,
or the Saints now,
or the Saints, but I think if Justin Fields is there at 8, I think the Pats and Panthers come together on a trade. Panthers get an extra second round pick or whatever it may be, first round next year. People are saying next year's first round picks are gold, apparently, is what they're trying to say. So, could be just because you don't know what's going to happen in the draft. But to me, I would look at them being a very best player. I would look at them, potentially, if Micah Parsons falls, does he replace, the Kuechly hole that was left, a year and a half ago now, I guess. It'd be interesting in that aspect. But going to Cincinnati, I think the safe pick and the smart pick is
the logical pick
is Sewell. It's just, Joe Burrow's knee is in God knows how many pieces right now after that hit last year. That was
no, it's back together now.
Well, sorry, it was in a bunch of pieces, but to me, I think the sexy pick, which they might end up going with, is reuniting Chase and Burrow, and we talked about that a little bit earlier. Which, is it the right pick? No, I don't think it is.
No,
but is it the pick that will make that team a lot better? Yes, 100%.
I actually will debate that. And the only reason I debate that is because I think we saw that when Joe Burrow was able to make the throw, right? Mm-hmm. They have weapons in Cincinnati. I'm not going to say they're as good as Jamar Chase, but they had weapons in Cincinnati that Burrow can work with.
Sure.
The problem was he was on his butt half of the season. Almost every other snap, he was on his ass.
I think the only thing with that one is it seems to be a very first, second round deep draft with linemen, right? You're not going to have the chance to draft Jamar Chase all the time. Can you get an Alex Leatherwood with the 5th pick in the second round? Probably.
Yeah.
Right? So, can Leatherwood be that starting franchise tackle? Potentially. We don't know. Like, he looked good in Alabama, but there's obviously questions about him in the NFL and taking that next step. But, you look at Dickerson. Maybe they get somebody in the inside, right? There's lots of...
They better not take Dickerson.
That's a horror. We're not going to talk about that.
I would like Dickerson for the Green Bay Packers at the end of the first round.
Well,
thank you very much.
Yeah, that's a whole different question right now. But there's definitely potential for a lineman later in this draft that they could kind of replace that. Like Sewell, to me, as I had him on my big board, he's the number 2 guy, in my opinion. And he's the number 2 because he's just that good of an offensive lineman.
Fair.
But they might go the sexy pick with the Joe Burrow-Chase connection that they had in college. So we'll see how they go there, but it'll be interesting.
We are within 2 minutes of the first pick. We're still waiting for the commissioner to take the stand. Logan, we've talked a lot about Green Bay. We've talked a lot about Carolina and Cincy now. I want to talk about your team, Mr. Dallas Cowboy. What do the Cowboys need to do I apologize, the pick is in, so we will get to that, I promise. We will get to the Cowboys, but I just saw the pick is in, so they're just waiting for the commissioner to take the stand. We're assuming this is going to be Lawrence. We're banking on this. Kyle, I'm pretty sure you were going to put a bet on if it wasn't 1.01.
Yeah, I was going to put like a $50 bet to make 50 cents at this point, just somehow pad the stats. It was 1.01 odds for him to go first overall, so it's like, if it's anybody but Lawrence, I would be flabbergasted, and that's me using flabbergasted as a word. So that's
not a vocabulary word for you
no,
usually.
it's not, and that's how surprised I would truly be. So I think it's Lawrence here. Jaguars set themselves up for a franchise quarterback, and obviously we will touch about Dallas because there's a 10-minute gap between picks right now. So
and the fact that I think Dallas is a very intriguing team in this draft. They could go a few different ways, and I'm not saying they need a whole lot of top-end stuff, but they have some holes that they need to fill. And Logan, you can probably touch on that quickly. Is there one hole that they need to go for in the first round? Quickly.
Offensive line, I think, is the one hole that you need to. Smart, though. Cornerback, secondary, you got to shore it up. But I have a lot of thoughts on that. I do, and we'll get to those.
I promise we will get to it, folks. As we already talked about my team, we've talked about Green Bay. We've already talked a little bit about the Patriots, and we'll get into the Patriots more because I think they're going to make some big moves coming up because they want a quarterback apparently really badly.
That's the hope. That's the hope.
I love seeing all these mock drafts, by the way. Can you explain this one to me, Logan? You're more of a football guy than me. In 5 seconds or less, how is Fields falling to 15 in a bunch of mock drafts?
This happens every year. I swear to God, Nick, we can go through every year in mock drafts. Look, and this is always happening.
I got to cut you off. Okay, Logan, the commissioner's at the stand. Let's go.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Trevor Lawrence, quarterback, Clemson.
And there we go. It is official. Trevor Lawrence is a Jacksonville Jaguar. Kyle, we've talked about it a little bit. What does he really bring to this team?
He brings the field general. You know, I'm gonna relate to video games for a second. Obviously, we're streaming on Twitch. We'll go from there, but he's the guy who's gonna get the field general, right? He's the guy who's gonna direct you. He's gonna be leading your team onto that field. He's gonna give you a chance to win every single game, even if he's playing for Jacksonville, who may not have exactly the greatest roster right now. Has pieces there. And I think he will use those pieces, and I'm interested to see where they go with their next picks as well. Do they give him more weapons? Do they protect him a little bit better? Do they give that defense so, you know, he doesn't have as much pressure on him? Lots of ways they can go, for sure. But fantastic pick. You know, the fact that the Jags got the first overall pick because the Jets decided to not tank at the end of the last year, that's a whole different thing. But they luck into a franchise quarterback, one that will truly change that franchise around. And somebody they really haven't had since, I don't know, David Garrard maybe, I guess, would be their last franchise quarterback. So, and to me, Trevor Lawrence has all the potential to be, you know, it's a bold statement, but, you know, potentially future Hall of Famer if he truly does live up to his potential. So,
Logan, what do you make of this pick for Jacksonville? Is this a good pick for them? Is this something that was just they had to take him?
Had to take him, but just because you have to take someone doesn't mean it's always a home run pick, right? And this is a home run pick, though. And I'm saying that, you know, in a lot of drafts, you know that a guy's going to go somewhere. Sometimes it's about team needs. Sometimes it's about maybe some guys that have left at that certain position in a quarterback situation and in a quarterback-driven league. When you have a guy like Trevor Lawrence, you have to take him, and that means it's a home run. So in this case, the guy you had to take was the best player to take.
Yeah, and he is going to be an elite quarterback by the sounds of it. By his makeup, he will be an elite quarterback. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch him play. And now we move on to the Jets. We've already talked about it, but we think it's going to be Wilson. It has to be a quarterback, though. It has to be a quarterback at this point because you got rid of Darnold. Mm-hmm. You don't have anybody really that you can trust in that quarterback room, right, Kyle?
No, unless there's some sort of veteran out there, you know, I guess Joe Flacco's still there, right? Maybe they run with Joe Flacco.
Joe Flacco.
No, I think it has to be quarterback, especially with you trading Darnold. You know, there's always the question at number 2, if you still had Darnold on the roster, do you take a quarterback? That was always the real question. But I think the biggest thing is you have to take a quarterback. The real question is, it seems like it's going to be Wilson, but to me, I think Fields is a better quarterback compared to Wilson right now. But it seems like the Jets are set on Wilson being their guy. You know, obviously we just saw on the video of him hugging his mom. So to me, that means he's got the call already saying he's the guy. But we'll see. We'll wait for the full confirmation. I'm hoping that Wilson is not a one-hit wonder.
Yeah.
Where he's not a one-hit wonder in college. And that he truly is going to change that Jets franchise around. It's been a long time since the Jets franchise has been relevant. I guess Rex Ryan was the last time with butt fumble Sanchez as the quarterback. So to me, I think Wilson, if he can truly change around that team, it would be a great pick for the Jets.
Yeah, I think you nailed it right there, Kyle. Logan, I want to get your opinion on this one. What do you think the Jets do? Is Wilson the better of the two prospects between him and Fields? That's a conversation that's been going on for a while. Let's get your opinion.
I think if they want to shock a lot of people, they'll go Trey Lance right now. And if they think that he does have the most upside, if you're the Jets right now, and I'm going to be completely honest, you almost have nothing to lose because 3 years ago, you took Sam Darnold and we were all having the same conversation. He's the guy to turn the franchise around. He's a smart quarterback. He's the safe pick here. Good for the Jets. They finally made the right pick, and it didn't work out. So what direction are you going to go into for your do-over? If you want to go Justin Fields, you can go Justin Fields and kind of take a quarterback of that style. He's kind of has the new age style. Maybe that's the direction the Jets want to go into, because they didn't do that with Darnold in 2018. They could have gone with the new age style, and they didn't. Maybe that's where you see them kind of change it up a bit when it talks about choosing a quarterback. Now, for their sake, I hope Wilson's not a one-hit wonder, just for the Jets' sake, because that would be a nightmare. Seriously, just because this is the New York Jets we're talking about now, this is a very unique situation that they've been in. They just can't seem to get it right. Rex Ryan days, yes, absolutely. Probably the last time this team really made the Patriots think about them in any way. Of course, in the Tom Brady era. But Zach Wilson, if they really do like Zach Wilson, then you do have to take him, because that's what I always say. In a draft like this, any sport, if you really do like a guy at the top, you have to take him. Don't overthink it. Don't fool around. Take your guy.
Yeah, you nailed it on the head there. Irfan just wanted me to ask you guys, what happens now with Minshew? What does Minshew get moved here now that Lawrence is in the books, or does he stay on as the backup?
Minshew might be one of those guys where if a team is looking for that backup guy who's more than capable, I think they could definitely move him. I think at the same point, I would keep him purely because Lawrence will be your starter, but if there's, God forbid, there's any chance Lawrence goes down with an injury, I think they have to have a capable backup, and I think Minshew's more than capable for being a backup there. I think that'd be the biggest thing. If he wants his shot to go and try and potentially be a starter somewhere, I think they're more than happy to give him that opportunity. But I think the biggest thing right now is just, I think he's going to stay put. He's going to be that backup. Maybe even push Lawrence in the preseason, just kind of give him a little competition type thing. But we'll see. Looks like the Jets pick is in right now. So,
yeah. Logan, quickly, same question posed to you. What happens to Minshew?
Yeah, I think, Kyle, you hit the nail on the head. I think that it doesn't hurt to have him around, right? There's no rush into dealing him or moving him. I don't think that really does anything. Here comes Roger Goodell. But with Minshew, I can see it being a last-minute desperation thing for a team, right? Kind of training camp time. If they need a quarterback, then he's an option.
Well, you are right. Commissioner Goodell is heading to the stage, and he's shaking hands, doing his due diligence as always. But the Jets pick is in. We will take you live to the stage now.
With the second pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Zach Wilson, quarterback, BYU.
There it is. We got it, boys. We nailed it on the head. Zach Wilson is going to the New York Jets. And no real surprise there, eh, Kyle? I think he fits well into the system that they want to put in place.
100% he fits well. And honestly, I think as much as I say Fields is the second best prospect quarterback-wise, Wilson seems to be their guy. Wilson seems to be the guy they want. Oh, my mic was off that entire time. I just realized that. That's my apologies. I think Wilson's the right pick. I think Fields potentially was the second overall prospect in my mind, but Wilson's been their guy since months ago now, I guess is really what it comes down to. And he just brings that element of he's got mobility, he's got the arm, he's kind of that all-around quarterback that is in today's game where you have to have a little bit of athleticism. You got to be able to get out of that pocket. You got to be able to get out and buy some time for your receivers to get open, and Wilson definitely brings that aspect to the Jets. Jets now need see if Mims for their second round pick from last year can develop and maybe be that deep threat guy for Wilson now. I think that's the next step is the Jets have to get more threats into the lineup and really give Wilson a chance to succeed in this coming season.
Yeah, Logan, what did you make of the pick? Like, obviously he's going to be a good quarterback. Do you think it's the right pick, or do you think they should have gone with Fields?
No, I think that right now it is the right pick, and it's impossible to say either way. Again, if they like Wilson that much, and Wilson, like Kyle said, he can kind of do everything. and he fits the new age and the style that you need behind center. So I like the fit with the Jets. And as bad as the Jets were last year, I really liked their 2020 draft. So I think that this kind of Wilson pick, this really builds off of that. Mims, you mentioned Tim. I liked what they did last draft. Obviously, we didn't really see it get put all together based on a number of things, but I think this really builds off something that's a little brighter for the Jets because it's just been brutal. In the AFC East, it doesn't help anyone when you have a team playing that bad, really. I'm talking about for people that are watching the games. I'm not talking about the Patriots and the Bills and the Dolphins. They're going to love it. I'm talking about guys like us.
Well, imagine, I just realized this, Wilson versus Fields. If Fields goes to the Pats, you can see who truly was the number 2 prospect for the quarterbacks. That actually could be a very interesting matchup. I just realized that
head-to-head too. That would be huge.
Head-to-head, right? Because they're in the same division. I just totally clicked into that right now. But I think you're looking up to the Jets pick. I think at 23 is when their next pick is. I look running back, in my opinion. I think because right now they tried the Le'Veon Bell whole situation that failed miserably.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, I think they need a bell cow is what I was trying to say. There we go.
Bell cow. Got
and
it.
To me, I look at Najee Harris there. You put Najee Harris in that background with Zach Wilson because he's a threat out of the backfield too. To me, that would make that offense that much better. And obviously, they have picks to go. They don't have to worry about can we address the defense? They will address the defense later.
Yeah.
But that second first round pick, I think, is huge because I think you can either go running back or you could go corner. I think is the 2 ways that could go. But to me, I give Wilson all the weapons I could possibly give, and I like running back there. So
I think you have to give him more weapons because I'm not sure personally if I'd be confident with what the Jets currently have. It's not pretty, so you got to give him some sort of weapon with the next pick, right, Logan?
I think you do, but I also have this belief that a lot of NFL executives, they're hesitant to take running backs this high, but we have history to back it up that it probably isn't that bad of an idea. You saw what Baltimore did last year. You saw it with Kansas City late in the first round and on the day last year, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, right? So you might find a gem that can help you right away. And the Jets can probably kind of look to go then that direction. But I do know that NFL executives, historically, running backs this high, they're pretty precautious about that.
Yeah, and you're right with that. And I think we're going to see what happens here with the 49ers. And this will determine what happens the rest of the draft. If they don't take Fields, there is going to be a onslaught of trades for teams trying to get up into the top 10 to trade for Fields. Obviously, Cincy doesn't need a quarterback. I would say Atlanta's probably not taking a quarterback. They might end up taking Fields, but that's a whole other issue.
Atlanta's the wild card.
Well, Atlanta's the wild card.
That's the biggest thing.
But regardless, other teams in the top 10, right? Who needs a quarterback? I would say Detroit.
No.
They won't go for a quarterback. Miami.
No.
Probably won't go for a quarterback, right? Carolina, we just talked about. They have Darnold. They might, if Fields is still there, they might go for a quarterback, but I doubt it.
It might be value pick potentially, but I doubt it.
They might use that pick to trade down, which we've talked about. Denver, do they go for a quarterback now that they got Bridgewater, right?
Denver seems to be getting every quarterback under the sun and just bring him in for competition. Like I don't know. Like to me, there was a rumor out there today that are potentially looking at getting rid of Drew Lock if the quarterback falls to them, right? But the other thing is, I could very well see Denver just going straight up Micah Parsons and just getting
totally screw everything up.
Just getting that linebacker and getting him out of the way, and not letting him potentially fall. So like, there's the biggest wild card right now is this.
This pick right now is the big wild card to start the rest of the wild cards.
But this one's not so much as a wild card because it's down to 2, right? It's down to Mac Jones and Lance is what I've heard.
Yeah, but I would say it's still down to 3. Until we hear the name called, I think all 3 quarterbacks have to still be in the conversation, right, Logan? They have to be.
Yeah, because Justin Fields, we can't ignore his name quite yet. And I know that it's easy to say Mac Jones. I think Mac Jones might go here. I really think he will. I think the draft gets really interesting right now, but I'm still looking at Atlanta at number 4. I really think, and I'm going to go out on a limb here, I really think they're going to go with Kyle Pitts at 4 because I think that with what they have, I know that there's trade rumors of Julio Jones, Matt Ryan. I think they want to give this one more kick at the can of Matt Ryan. And I think to do that, to give him the best chance to win, you take Kyle Pitts right now. You have the opportunity to do it. I don't see another scenario where they're taking a quarterback. I would actually be floored right now if they didn't take anyone other than Kyle Pitts.
Well, here's the thing, boys. We talked about it before. Is this possibly being a traded pick in a Aaron Rodgers deal? It is not. The pick is in. That means the 49ers are selecting. So we're going to assume it's going to be one of the two quarterbacks, technically all three. I still think all three are in play until a name's called.
I originally thought Mac Jones. I'm leaning towards Trey Lance now, I think. I just think that ultimate upside, and I think the biggest thing is Garoppolo is still there. I think that's the biggest thing. If Garoppolo was traded, I would say it's Mac Jones. But with Garoppolo still there and potentially them not wanting to trade him, I think Trey Lance upside is going to be the pick here.
And that's the one thing that I've been a little bit surprised about personally. Trey Lance's upside has been talked about higher than all these other guys. I never really understood that. I think all of these guys have really high upside. The one I'm actually surprised I don't think has as big of an upside as some of the other ones is Mac Jones, but he might be, as you said, the most ready of the four behind Lawrence. I don't really know where they're going with this, but it looks like the commissioner is stepping up to the podium. He's shaking hands, and here he comes.
With the third pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance, quarterback, North Dakota State.
North Dakota State. Trey Lance is now a 49er. He joins the quarterback room with Jimmy G. Is this a surprise, Kyle? You said this was the one that you thought he was going to go. Mm-hmm. What does he bring to San Fran now?
See, I thought Mac Jones was going to be a pick, but as I said just before, I was kind of leaning towards Trey Lance just because of pure upside. Obviously, what Trey Lance brings is a huge amount of potential and huge amount of athleticism. He's got a cannon of an arm, can run outside the pocket, can buy time for that offense. Obviously, has not thrown a whole lot of passes in his college career, but he's going to learn. He's going to learn from Garoppolo. He's going to learn from Kyle Shanahan. He's going to learn and truly develop in San Fran. I think that's honestly a great spot for him to go. It's probably the best case scenario for him, honestly, because he's not forced into a situation. I think that's the biggest thing for Lance is he has to take some time, learn more of the game, and truly become a better quarterback. But he could arguably be the best quarterback come out of this draft, and that's saying something with Trevor Lawrence in this draft as well. So I'm curious with him taking the year off last year, where he is in his development, if he kind of got stunted a little bit or wherever it may be. But you look at those highlights from 2019 and his college career, he looks like a franchise quarterback. He looks like a guy who could lead any team in the league, really, of being their next quarterback. So Trey Lance, I like the pick. Now is the real question of where does Atlanta go?
And that's a great question. And Logan, well, I want you to touch on Trey Lance quickly, but then I want you to answer Kyle's question as well for Atlanta. But what does Trey Lance bring? Does he fit the need that San Fran had?
I love this pick. And Kyle, you were spot on before Commissioner Goodell went to the stand there to make the pick. Here's the thing about Trey Lance is that when you're going into a system like the 49ers right away, I think you have the best chance to succeed immediately because of who's around you. And I think that there's not a better place that Trey Lance could have gone but San Francisco. This, to me, is a home run pick. It really is. And I think that with the upside that he has, combined with what Kyle Shanahan can bring to him, I think this is going to be a perfect marriage. So with San Francisco right now, to me, I think this makes a ton of sense. And talk about Trey Lance's upside. Compared to Mac Jones, okay, who would you rather have in that system? And now that I think about it, and now that the pick's been made, I think it's a no-brainer that it's Trey Lance over Mac Jones for what the 49ers are and what they need. So I love this pick for Trey Lance. Now with Atlanta, and again, I just touched on Kyle Pitts, and I think that if I'm going into the mind of the Falcons and what they're thinking here, Matt Ryan, he's still here. We can't act like he's not here, and we can't start looking ahead into the future when we're not in the future, if you guys know what I mean. So because of all that, I think Kyle Pitts is the perfect player. To me, he's the best player available right now. If you went best available, it's Kyle Pitts. That's it. End of story. If you want to add a weapon to Matt Ryan, an easy weapon, you have the draft capital to do it. You have the 4th pick. You take Kyle Pitts.
I agree with you. I think Pitts is the right choice for Atlanta in this pick because he fits a need, especially if they're trying to move Julio, because you got to have some sort of weapon. Like, let's be honest, you have to have a weapon on offense for the quarterback to throw to. So if you're going to have that weapon, it might as well be a guy who can play as a tight end because that's technically what his position is. But he can also go out wide if you need him to. He can make the plays. He's almost like, I think he's a smaller Gronk. Like, he's not as big. He's not going to block as well. But he can make all the catches. He can run the routes like Gronk runs. Probably better than Gronk runs the routes personally, probably because he's a little bit faster. Yeah. He's going to be that everywhere tight end, which is something that every team can use.
100%. And I think he's that flex guy. Right? He's the one you can have him in line blocking if you really wanted to, or you could kick him outside and have him go up against a safety one-on-one on the outside. I think that's the biggest thing with Pitts here is, like, Atlanta has right now, they have Ridley and they have Jones. They don't need a wide receiver. They're not going to go chase here. That doesn't make any sense. So to me, it's Pitts or it's a trade-off. And with Lance going at number 3, does that mean the teams that want Fields, does that make them that more desperate to jump up now? That's a good question.
That's a great question.
So to me, I think if Atlanta keeps it, it's Pitts. It's got to be Pitts. It's what it is. But I just said that like
it's what it is, folks. It is.
But in saying that, there very well could be a trade in the works potentially for a team that really wants Justin Fields. But the other thing I was thinking is, it wasn't.
Nope, the pick is in.
All right.
So it looks like Falcons are taking, but that could be a whole mess of things.
It could be. But the biggest thing is, how far does Mac Jones fall now? Because Mac Jones was to 3 up until then. So does he now go? Does he go 9 to Denver? Right? Does he go fall even further than that? Right? You know, is there a team that really wants to trade up for him, or is it more just if he falls to them, they'll take him? Right?
I don't know. That's a great question, Logan. Do you want to jump in on that one?
There was no denying that this pick was really the first pick that I thought was in play, quote unquote. So now that the pick's in, we got to think that they are going to go Kyle Pitts. The thing is, the emphasis on a tight end, of course, this all makes sense. Mac Jones, look, it's all about New England now. What's New England going to do? And I think they're the next team that we're going to look at to really trade. Carolina again. That's the intrigue. So for me, Carolina, New England, those are the 2 teams we got to look at. And then we can start talking about, okay, where do the trades fit in? But we need to figure out what's going on. And Atlanta's pick is going to dictate that.
And Irfan just told me that Trey Lance only found out 2 minutes before the pick was announced that he was going to the 49ers. So this literally was a last-second decision by the 49ers, it sounds like. There was a lot going on in their war room. It'll be interesting to see what actually did happen, if we could ever find out, which we never will because that's way too easy. But there was a lot of conversation, Logan, that went on, and so it will be interesting to see if we can ever get the behind-the-scenes look. That'll be fun. But the commissioner is stepping up to the podium. Here's the cash down there now.
With the 4th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Kyle Pitts.
And once again, we nailed it, guys. Kyle Pitts is on his way to Atlanta to help Matt Ryan and the Falcons. Logan, I want to start with you this time. What does he bring? What does that big body bring to the Falcons offense?
I was touching on it a little bit before, but I think with the emphasis on the tight end now in today's game, this could be a game changer for Atlanta. They lose Hooper the year before. Now you kind of get your guy back, and this is just a weapon for Matt Ryan. And I think that Kyle Pitts, impact player immediately. We talk about tight ends, right? Hawkinson was the last one to Detroit that went high a couple drafts ago, and we just didn't see the tools really make an impact right away. And I think Kyle Pitts is different. And Nick, you were talking about what Kyle Pitts brings to the table physically. He's a freak of nature. He just is. And I think he's going to fit in great with Atlanta. And they're an offense right now. They just went up. If we're going to talk about power rankings offensively in the league, they just went up probably about 3 or 4 spots for me.
For sure, and I think you nailed it on the head, is that they just jumped up in the power rankings. And in that division, Kyle, we've talked about it. What does that do for the division itself?
Honestly, I think it makes a lot more competition, and I think the biggest thing now is who matches up against Pitts in that division. Obviously, you look at Carolina, probably be Jeremy Chin most likely that will end up covering matchups on him. You look for Tampa Bay, you look at even Levante David or even Devin White potentially on covering one of those on Pitts too. But to me, that's almost a mismatch of a tight end going up against tight end. Loosely, I guess, is really what the terms for this guy is. He's not really a tight end. He's a flex to me, but
he's a super utility.
A linebacker or a safety covering him. It could be Gronk 2.0 when Gronk came out, and it was just one of those nobody knew how the hell to stop him, right? To me, I look at Kyle Pitts. To me the comparison is George Kittle. I like George Kittle as a comparison for him just because of the freak athleticism that he has and how. Yes, he can catch the ball and make people miss, but once he has the ball, that's when Kyle Pitts truly can succeed. And I think that's where, to me, George Kittle and his stiff arms and how he runs with the ball and the space he creates, that's where Kyle Pitts fits perfectly for me. And Atlanta got a hell of a player here. Biggest thing for Atlanta, can they address that defense and make that big? And can they actually compete in that division with the Saints looking like they're going to be taking a year plus off with their cap issues, right? So Carolina and Atlanta now have a competition for that number 2 spot. So,
and it's going to be fun. And I want to get into the Bengals pick, but we're kind of assuming that it'll be Penei Sewell or Jamar Chase at this point. Those are the only 2 logical options. Yeah. So, Kyle, we have a little time here. Mm-hmm. Let's throw it to Logan. We got your talk about Dallas quickly and trying to pick an offensive line. What else did they need to do in this draft to say this was a success for them, in your opinion?
Well, they need a shutdown corner. And the problem in Dallas for decades, really, is the lack of a true shutdown corner. So you have Trevon Diggs drafted last year, which I thought was a steal at the time. So if you can pair him up with a Patrick Surtain, that to me would be the right move to make. Now, here's what I was going to say before, Nick, is that the last time the Cowboys took a cornerback in the first round, it was Mo Claiborne, and that was a bust. It didn't work out. And that kind of set the franchise back a little bit. And I think that Jerry Jones, he has to be thinking about that, and Stephen Jones. They got to be thinking about that because the last time we took a player at this position this high, it didn't work out. So where do you go? Now, in 2020, it was the same needs for Dallas. It really was. But because CeeDee Lamb dropped, you had no choice but to take him. You just couldn't resist. I don't see that scenario playing out here unless Kyle Pitts somehow dropped. Then we might have the same scenario, but that's not happening. The Cowboys got to go defense here. I think with the offensive line, you can address that a little later. You can find guys in-house. And with Dak Prescott back, healthy, okay, it's going to buy you some time, right? I think you got to go defense because they just gave up way too many points last year. It set them behind the 8 ball way too early, right? And that just can't happen in the NFL. I think that's where you got to go. They should have took it last year. They couldn't because who was available. It's going to happen this year.
Fair enough. I agree with you. I think it's a very valid point. We got a nice little chirp from our co-host Irfan Manji saying, "Are you sure it's not Jerry Jones that's the problem?" Well, we're not saying anything, but as a Dallas fan, you can have your own say.
I can respond to that. I think, look, at the end of the day, that's kind of the consensus, right? I mean, this is Jerry Jones' team. It really is. So whatever happens, we can always look at him. And I think that goes both ways, right? I mean, when teams make draft selections or make trades, it's like, all right, who do we look to? The GM, the owner, the coach. With Dallas, you know who you're looking at. It's Jerry Jones.
Commercial. We're going to take a quick break here on the show. Hit a commercial break. We'll be right back after this.
Hey guys, it's producer Jake here from Betting House, the Garage Door Sports Network's ultimate degenerate gambling podcast. Catch our episodes weekly on Apple, Spotify, and Google as we bring you banter, laughter, and of course picks for all sorts of games throughout the week. Give us a follow on our socials at Betting House Pod, where you can catch all our bets each week, as well as some bonus content. Remember to always gamble responsibly. Let's get rich.
Hey guys, I'm Gabe Ferraro.
And I'm Logan Lockhart from Between the Uprights on the Garage Door Sports Network.
We cover everything football from NFL, CFL, and all offseason storylines. We make our weekly picks during the season and cover every headline in the offseason.
Check us out on the shows tab at GarageDoorSports.com for our weekly episodes.
Good day, everybody. This is Ryan from 20 Minutes on Ice. Join me and my co-host Nick McVicar for opinions and analysis on the week that was in the hockey world. New episodes available every Tuesday, wherever you download your favorite podcasts from. 20 Minutes on Ice, part of the Garage Door Sports Network.
Come join me, Kelton Forrest, on the Mic college basketball podcast powered by the Garage Door Sports Network, where we talk everything from my disdain for Duke basketball to my love for Kentucky and John Calipari, and everything in between. Check us out under the shows tab at GarageDoorSports.com and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everyone, this is Irfan Manji from Touchline Thoughts. We are an all-soccer podcast hosted by yours truly with guests every episode. We provide news, analysis, and opinions every episode as well. Touchline Thoughts is powered by the Garage Door Sports Network, and you can listen to us on your favorite podcatcher. Cheers.
All right, we're back, folks. Kyle just took a step away. He will be back in a second, but the Cincinnati pick looks to be in Logan. Which way do you see them leaning? I've said that I think it has to be Sewell. Kyle's saying that they might go Chase. What do you see happening here?
I think that we have evidence of the exact kind of pick from last year. The Giants at number 4, they could have gone with what we're going to call the flashy pick here, I guess, with Chase, but they didn't. They took Andrew Thomas, and that was the right move to make, I think. So when you really look at the Bengals right now, I think you do go Sewell. I think that's the right move to make. I think when it comes to Joe Burrow, we know the tools are there. We know that he can be a franchise quarterback, but he can't be on the field physically throughout a whole game. He's got to be up. He's got to be making plays. You got to give him that opportunity. Continue to build and capitalize on that Burrow pick. And that's what you do by taking Sewell here.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be an interesting move regardless of who they take. And it looks like the commissioner is walking to the stage now, Kyle. Quickly, last second, who's going where?
I'm going to go. I got to say Chase. I think that the connection is just going to be too much. But, as I said, sexy pick versus safe pick.
With the 5th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jamar Chase, wide receiver.
Wow, Kyle Cincinnati takes Jamar Chase. That leaves a huge player still on the board in Sewell, in my opinion. I know Wade is going to be very, very upset about this one because he was adamant that it had to be Sewell. Logan, why did they go Chase? Tell me why right now.
I think it goes back to what Kyle just said before Commissioner Goodell went to the stage. They just couldn't resist the combination and the reunion. Burrow, Chase. It's something that they probably thought about in their heads and said, how can we pass on that? Mm-hmm. I know that we need support and protection for Joe Burrow, but when Jamar Chase is there, how do we pass on that? We can't, really. So in their minds, it's almost like, hey, we'll find that help and protection for Burrow a little down the road. It's almost like we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I'm not so sure too high on the pick, but then again, if Chase and Burrow is a lethal combo for years to come, how can anyone deny this pick?
Exactly right. And how do you deny this pick? Kyle, I mean, you said it right before. You called it. Mm-hmm. What does Chase bring to the Bengals that they desperately wanted?
Elite speed, jump ball capability, whatever you want. Like, honestly, it's the biggest is the Lambo combo is really what it comes down to. It's Burrow and Chase back again as that connection. And as I said earlier, I think the only reason why they didn't go offensive line in this one and go with Sewell is because of all those secondary offensive linemen you have in the early second round. Obviously, you have the 5th overall pick in the second round. So, Leatherwood's available. Jalen Mayfield out of Michigan is available. Even look at Wyatt Davis potentially at Ohio State. To me, that just screams that there's opportunity there for them to go in a skilled position turn, I guess is really what we call it, compared to taking a big trenches guy. Next, honestly, going into this, I think Sewell goes now. Because I think with Eric Flowers being traded by Miami this past, week, I guess? What, a couple days?
This week, yeah.
This screams Sewell now. It screams that franchise tackle, protecting Tua. Obviously, Tua's blind side is the opposite side. So, the right tackle, you got to be sure it's special there. So I think Sewell's the pick here. And then it gets interesting with the Lions at 7. Do they keep and go wide receiver, or do they trade for a team that's desperate to try and get Justin Fields?
Yeah, and I think you're right as well, Kyle. Like you mentioned the fact that Sewell probably fits here. He's also the best player available, so 100%. Logically, this is where that pick goes. Logan, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that, first of all, of Cincinnati, there is a lot of talent that you can get in the later rounds, so I can see where they're coming from in that sense. You didn't have to take the best offensive lineman available. It wasn't a must, as opposed to other opinions that we've heard. I think Miami will go offense here and give Tua a weapon, and I'm talking about Smith. And I think that's where they're going to go, because I thought Jamar Chase, if the Bengals didn't take him, it was a lock for Miami. I think that Miami, they're probably thinking, okay, we need a plan B. That plan B could be Sewell and finding the protection for Tua, but at the same time, you could still have that Cincinnati mentality about, hey, we can get that later. Let's go take a guy, the flashy pick as we call it. Let's go do that now and take the best talent available.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what actually does happen. And I mean, we're looking at, it's pick number 6 here. We're at pick number 6, boys. And we're already talking about Penei Sewell, who was supposed to be a top 3 pick based off skill.
Yep.
Now dropping past 6, past 7, because who knows what Detroit's going to do. Because they might trade out to a team that wants a quarterback. Could go to 8. Like, what actually, how does this happen? This shouldn't happen.
TJ and Panthers fans right now are jumping for joy. If Sewell is not the pick here, they are ecstatic because Sewell drops them at 8 most likely. So it's one of those, if Sewell drops to 8, that shores up Carolina's offensive line and makes them that much better, because I think, honestly, Sewell, I think, is a better prospect than Slater, who they were originally scheduled to most likely take. So if this is not Sewell here, which I think it's going to be personally, it's definitely interesting, because I think the Lions pick is the perfect pick to trade up to try and take either Justin Fields or Mac Jones if somebody's ecstatic with Mac Jones. So
yeah, and it seems like no one's fully ecstatic with Mac Jones right now, which is concerning if you ask me. I think Mac Jones is a good quarterback. He is a ready quarterback. And yet this is where we get into, I asked you before the show, Logan, or earlier in the show, can he fall? Can he keep falling down to what some people had him at 15 going to the Patriots? Is this now where Mac Jones falls to 15?
This was the path for him to fall. It was right here. It was with the Bengals taking Chase, and now we kind of look at Miami, and we know what kind of direction they're going into. Sort of. It's one of two things, really, with the Dolphins. But now, with Mac Jones, it's like, hey, look at Kyle's mock draft, and look at the path that he took on that, and you can kind of see that unfolding as we speak. Now, the thing about Dolphins here, and what's really interesting to me, is that we know that Tua is the guy for now, right? I think he's got one more chance. How much of a leash are you guys giving Tua in Miami? And I think this is a real important conversation to have, especially as we look to next year's draft.
And here comes the commissioner once again, so we will throw down to him.
With the 6th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jalen Waddle, wide receiver, Alabama.
That was a bit of a surprise to me, but they stuck with wide receiver, Kyle. You said it. They stuck with wide receiver, and Waddle is now headed to Miami. What does he bring to their offense?
He arguably could have been the number 1 wide receiver in this draft, if not for an injury that took him out of all last year. He brings elite speed, route running, everything you could possibly ask for. He is a franchise wide receiver. Is basically what it is. You look at him with Devontae Smith right now on the TV, and it's one of those. Tua just got a fantastic target, and they were saying before that they prefer Mac Jones as their quarterback or whatever it may be. Well, now he gets to see what Tua truly can bring to him. So, to me, it's an insane. He's that home run guy. He's the guy who can make or break. He can catch one pass and be gone, and it's one of those. As long as his injury is fully healed, which I believe it is, based on him coming back for the championship game, he's going to be an elite wide receiver, and it'll be interesting to see how well Miami uses him. Obviously, Miami now has Will Fuller, Jabari Parker. No, not Jabari Parker. Devontae Parker. Sorry, Jabari Parker is basketball. Devontae Parker, and now they have Waddell too. So, and that Lions pick got in quick. Okay, but anyways, to me, it's just an outstanding pick here. I do understand why they went wide receiver, but to me, I think offensive line would be the safer pick.
Yeah, and Logan, what did you make of this pick, and do you think it is a solid one for the Dolphins?
Yeah, I think it is. And I think that if they are serious about Tua, then this is a step in the right direction. He's like the Jerry Jeudy of this year. Really, that's kind of how I look at it. The home run potential, the yards after the catch, stuff like that. Like Kyle said, he gets the ball and goes. That's something that they definitely need. They need that explosiveness on the offensive side, especially when you got a guy like Tua. So I like this pick, and I'm not surprised at all that they went with a wide receiver. I'm really not. And I don't think that whoever the Bengals took changed their approach at all, and that was proven right here.
Once again, nailed it on the head there, Logan, and I think what we're looking at is a change of what we thought in the draft. The Lions pick is already in, by the way, so they've already decided that they know exactly what they're doing. What is going to happen moving forward in this draft now that two receivers are gone? Mm-hmm. We've seen the tight end gone. Yep. We've seen three quarterbacks gone. Yep. What happens next, Kyle? What happens with these next few picks? And are we obviously Sewell's probably going to go in the next few picks. I think you heard that he might be going to the Lions next.
Yeah, there's a tweet out that says he's most likely going to the Lions with this pick, but I think that's what kind of happens right now. I think you see a run on offensive linemen. I think you see Slater, and then once Slater's off the board, I think you're looking at Vera Tucker. You look at Darisaw, that kind of stuff of those offensive linemen and people who need offensive linemen, getting them early so they don't slip and fall. The other thing is, very well, you could see with how this is playing out, you could see potentially with Carolina, if Sewell is this pick, Carolina potentially trading back with the Pats or Chicago or whoever it may be to get that quarterback, because if their player is not on the board, there's no point in rushing it, because the way this is looking right now, Slater could be available at 15 potentially if everything goes as planned, right? Like, the other thing, I could easily see that number 9 pick, somebody trading up to draft Devontae Smith, purely because he's the last home run hitter, I guess is what you could say, of the wide receiving core.
And we're getting TJ writing in saying, what? In the comments section. I'm not sure what you're talking about, TJ, whether it was the Waddell pick or the Sewell to Detroit. But either way, both are a bit of a surprise. I don't think we thought that Sewell would fall to the Lions at this point. He hasn't been picked yet, so I don't want to say
they just celebrated.
It just looked like he was celebrating, so we'll see. But Waddell to the Dolphins is going to be a lot of fun.
100%. And
it reconnects because Tua threw to him a year ago. Let's not forget that. This is a reconnection of the Bama boys. It's going to be interesting to see how that offense comes together. And it looks like they're getting ready to make this pick, correct? Mm-hmm. You look from your angle, Kyle. So as soon as Commissioner steps to the podium, we'll have it there. Logan, quickly, Sewell to Detroit. Are you confident that this is the pick?
I am, because I think back to last year. Remember Isaiah Simmons and how he fell in the first round? And it was almost like for the Cardinals, okay, we didn't expect this guy to be here, but now we have to take him. That sort of thing. I think it's the same situation with the Lions. This different position, of course, but I think they do have to take him. When you have a player of his caliber, probably the best at his position, in this draft, you do take that player. I love the reunions, the LSU Tigers at 5, and then the Bama Boys at 6. That's a lot of fun. Sewell to the Lions, I think that's the pick they got to go with.
I mean, Sewell immediately becomes a franchise tackle there. Obviously, they haven't really hit on a whole lot of the tackle picks that they've picked recently. You obviously look at like Eric Flowers as an option of originally having them. To me, Sewell is a fantastic pick here. Jared Goff is thanking his stars, although I'm sure he would much rather have Devontae Smith so he has somebody to throw to, which is a whole different story. But as we said, there are wide receivers available in the second half of the draft and second, third round, that they can bring in most likely. But I think, Lions probably had a lot of trade offers for this pick, obviously with potential people moving up. But with Sewell falling, it just doesn't make sense. To me, it's best player available, and he truly is the best player available at this point. So.
Yeah, and I'm sure we had Connor O'Neill on the show this weekend. He's a huge Detroit Lions fan. I'm sure he'll love this. Here comes the pick.
The 2021 NFL Draft. The Detroit Lions select Penei Sewell, tackle, Oregon.
There you go. Tackle Penei Sewell is a Detroit Lion.
And
Kyle?
TJ is not happy.
TJ is not happy in the comment section. Kyle, we've talked about it. He becomes the cornerstone of that offensive line. What makes him so good?
He's a beast. He's for a lack of he's a man beast is what I could say. He's the guy who's going to. He has the athleticism to get to that second level, take out those linebackers on those deep runs or even screen passes themselves, but has the big physical body to both run and pass protect. So, to me, he's the franchise guy. He's going to lead that offense. He's going to give Jared Goff some time to find a receiver, whoever it may be, to eventually get open. He's good in the trenches. He's smart. He knows. He reads blitzes well. He basically brings everything you could possibly want as an offensive lineman to a team, and that's why I had him as my number 2 ranked prospect. I had him as my number 2 ranked prospect on my big board, and there's a reason why. Is I haven't seen, to me, a very similar type player, not same position, but I look at Zach Martin out of Notre Dame a couple years, 3 years ago now, I guess. And I look at what he brought to the Dallas Cowboys in that offensive line. Obviously, Logan knows obviously what he's brought to the offensive line in Dallas and his screaming and stuff like that. Well, that's Quentin Nelson too, but to me, it's a great pick. It's best player available, and I could have seen them go wide receiver as well. I could have seen that, but I think if he falls, you got to take him.
You got to.
Logan nailed it too with Isaiah Simmons last year. It's one of those you had to. It was one of those like at that point it's like, well, this guy's not going to come back to us again, so take him now or don't take him at all. So.
Yeah. And Logan, does he fit a team need? Like obviously we were talking about linemen being available later in the draft, but is this a good pick for the Lions based on team need?
I don't think that any team should be saying to themselves, we can't get enough offensive tackles, right? Or a strong offensive line. Now, I love the Zach Martin comp because Zach Martin was game-changing for the Cowboys. I mean, they saw success when Martin bursted onto the scene. That's kind of when the new era of Cowboys football took place. That's how I categorize it. So if Sewell, you can kind of do that in Detroit now. Now, let's see some more offensive pieces. I'm going to be keeping an eye on their draft in the later rounds there because I think it's crucial now. When you get the best player available, now the next rounds, it's crucial. Same thing of Arizona. I said the same thing when they took Isaiah Simmons. I said, okay, now they actually have to address some of their primary needs, right? I mean, you got gifted the best player, but now you got to capitalize on that, right? So that's going to be the big question for the Lions. I really like this pick. And again, when you really think about the best player falling, you do have to take that player. And you also have to ignore any trades that come your way. Yeah, because sure. No. We were interested in a trade before this happened. Now that player's there, we're going to take him. And just for TJ, I've made the mistake before of watching different drafts. And when a guy falls and I'm going, oh man, he's going to come to my team. Here he comes. And it doesn't happen. So I know exactly how he feels right now.
I think we all do at this point know how he feels. We're going to take a quick break here on the show. We will be back to bring you the rest of the draft when it happens. So from all of us here, we will be right back.
Hey guys, it's producer Jake here from Betting House, the Garage Door Sports Network's ultimate degenerate gambling podcast. Catch our episodes weekly on Apple, Spotify, and Google as we bring you banter, laughter, and of course picks for all sorts of games throughout the week. Give us a follow on our socials at Betting House Pod, where you can catch all our bets each week, as well as some bonus content. Remember to always gamble responsibly. Let's get rich.
Hey guys, I'm Gabe Ferraro.
And I'm Logan Lockhart from Between the Uprights on the Garage Door Sports Network.
We cover everything football from NFL, CFL, and all offseason storylines. We make our weekly picks during the season and cover every headline in the offseason.
Check us out on the shows tab at garagedoorsports.com for our weekly episodes.
Good day, everybody. This is Ryan from 20 Minutes on Ice. Join me and my co-host Nick McVicar for opinions and analysis on the week that was in the hockey world. New episodes available every Tuesday, wherever you download your favorite podcasts from. 20 Minutes on Ice, part of the Garage Door Sports Network.
Hey everyone, this is Irfan Manju from Touchline Thoughts. We are an all-soccer podcast hosted by yours truly with guests every episode. We provide news, analysis, and opinions every episode as well. Touchline Thoughts is powered by the Garage Door Sports Network, and you can listen to us on your favorite podcatcher. Cheers.
Come join me, Kelton Forrest, on the On the Mic college basketball podcast powered by the Garage Door Sports Network, where we talk everything from my disdain for Duke basketball to my love for Kentucky and John Calipari, and everything in between. Check us out under the shows tab at garagedoorsports.com and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We are back on the show, and it looks like the Panthers pick is in. So as you said, Kyle, when we were off, it's not getting traded. So TJ is sitting on pins and needles, I'm sure, wondering where they're going.
And here it is. So
here it is. Let's tune in right now.
With the 8th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select J.C. Horn, defensive back, South Carolina.
Wow, J.C. Horn is now heading to Carolina. Kyle, you say you get the pick.
I do.
What does he bring to Carolina as their 8th overall pick?
Well, one, it screws over my bet of Michael Parsons being the first defensive player being taken, so the Panthers suck. But to be honest, he's immediately steps in and becomes their number one corner is really what it is. You know, the biggest downside of the Panthers defense all of last year and in previous years has been their corner play. Obviously, you know, Dante Jackson just isn't the same as what he was 2 years ago. So I mean, putting him at your number 2, and if Horn goes in as your number 1, all of a sudden that Carolina defense that was great last year now becomes elite. So you know, if you truly believe in Darnold being your quarterback and the weapons he has already on offense, that's honestly, it was a great pick, and it was an underrated pick because I thought they were for sure going to go offensive line and doing that. But as we've seen, one offensive line has been taken. So there's a very real chance that offensive line now drops and goes back. And, you know, Slater's available, and there's other players that can definitely make a difference on that offensive line that I don't think people are going to think that we're going to be available at that point. You know, you're looking at teens now like Vera Tucker. Does Vera Tucker now fall to the 20s or the late teens? He was potentially going to go. He was potentially going to go in the early teens. A lot of mock drafts and stuff like that had him going to the Chargers at 13. So to me, it's very interesting now to see where they go. I do like the pick though. J.C. Horn is an elite cornerback that brings all the intangibles you possibly could need. So,
Logan, we're reading TJ's comments in the chat here, and he's saying, interesting as a Carolina Panthers fan. If you are a Carolina Panthers fan, are you excited by this pick?
Very interesting. Here, okay, to answer your question, Nick, and TJ's question, and responding to TJ's comments, the conversation is going to become, did they take the best corner available? That's what it's going to come down to. Yeah. Because, look, I get the pick too, right? And it's something that we all know. It's definitely a need that they could have addressed. Am I a little surprised they didn't go and work on the offensive line in the first round? A little bit. But did they take the best corner available? And this has become very relevant to the Cowboys because this is the direction I believe they're going to go into. So when you look at who the Cowboys are going to take and J.C. Horn, who is going to come out on top? And I think that's the real concern for Carolina.
For sure. And I think the big question now becomes, was he the best cornerback available? Because Patrick Surtain, you say it. I'm going to pose this question to you, Kyle. Yep. Is Surtain the better cornerback, or is Horn the number one cornerback available?
I had them 1A, 1B is really what I had. I had Surtain as number 10, and I had Horn at number 13, only because I had Devontae Smith and Micah Parsons at 11 and 12. So to me, I had heard rumors that Dallas was wanting Horn more than Surtain, so now I think that makes up their mind of who they're going to eventually take, because I still do think that corner is the best option for them there. Surtain obviously coming out of Alabama and having that team around him. J.C. Horn coming out of South Carolina Gamecocks. It's one of those, maybe not the same value on the program, I guess is what you could say, but his stats and his intangibles stand for themselves. So I do like the pick here. I do think he potentially was the best corner available. But Surtain definitely is no slouch for sure. Horn's coverage ability probably is a little bit better comparatively to Surtain, but that's very minuscule for sure. So Carolina's pick there, very interesting, very, very good pick. I do like that. So the real question now, obviously, with Carolina at number 8, that was the big rumor of potential trades. Does Denver now just slide into Justin Fields? Is that what Denver now gets? It's one of those. I don't know. Like, Denver very well could pick Fields, and people will be like, "Well, they didn't have to trade up for him. They didn't have to do anything like that."
They just got him at that point. He just lands in their lap, which is kind of nice.
And the other thing is, like, does a team now trade up to that number 9 spot? Like, do the Bears try and jump like the Pats at 15 and get Fields? The other thing is, does Fields fall to 15 and the Pats don't have to trade up and get him? Like,
well, we've already talked about that, right? That was something that
everybody had that in their mock drafts, but it was one of those, like,
that's not going to happen.
Nobody thought that was actually going to happen, and now it's like, wait a second. You look at it like, to me, Devontae Smith, I think number 9, the Broncos. I think personally it's Micah Parsons. I think they're set on the quarterback. I don't think they're actually going to go there. 10, Dallas. I think they have to go corner. I think they have to go Surtain. I think it is really who it ends up being. 11 is... Who is 11? I can't think off the top of my head.
11 is the Giants.
Giants. I think they go wide receiver, Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
Number 12 is...
Number 12 is the Eagles.
Which the Eagles could be an interesting pick. I don't know where the Eagles are going to go. There's a chance that potentially the Eagles do draft a quarterback to bring in competition for...
It's possible, right?
But I also think the Eagles do want a wide receiver. So look for maybe the Cowboys to potentially trade back a couple picks with the Eagles, get an extra pick, and jump up to take Smith if he is available at 10. So
for sure. And I want to take a quick look at your big board so far. We're 8 picks in, so 7 of them have been in your top 10 there, Kyle. Mm-hmm. The one that stands out to me is Surtain, because we just talked about it, that he might be the best cornerback available, but they ended up taking Horn.
Yep.
Logan, I want you to come in on this. Is there anyone that you're surprised is still available from the top 10 that you thought should go in the top 8, or are we okay with the 7 plus Horn?
Okay with the 7 plus Horn. I do have to say, though, I'm not a huge fan of taking cornerbacks this high. And I'm just going to, I know that might be controversial to a lot of people, but I believe that that's a position historically in the draft where you can find guys later in different rounds. And I think the position becomes saturated after a little bit. My best example, Denzel Ward to Cleveland a few years ago, very, very high pick, taken as a cornerback. And then later in that round, Jair Alexander, right? And it's like, who would you rather have right now, Denzel Ward or Jair Alexander?
Yeah, and I think Kyle just mentioned the Broncos pick is in, so we will get to that soon. Jair Alexander was a surprise, and you mentioned it. And now, are we looking at a cornerback going soon, or does Surtain fall a lot more now that Horn went? Like, I don't know where the next cornerback might be taken in this draft personally, so he could now fall down the board a little bit more, Kyle. I want your opinion on that. Do you think he falls?
I honestly, I still think he goes 10. I think he has to at this point. I just think that the difference between Surtain and the next corner, who I have as Greg Newsome, I think it's too big of a gap, and I think Dallas has to go corner here if they truly want a game-changing corner.
All right, I'm going to have to cut you off, Kyle, because the commissioner is making his way to the podium. We want to bring you the pick after he always has to shake a fan's hand in this big seat. I don't know if you're watching the draft itself, but here's the pick.
With the 9th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Pat Surtain, Jr., defensive back.
Well, there you go. Pat Surtain is taken before Dallas.
The night where we wanted.
Logan, my buddy, my friend, how do you feel about that?
Well, I don't know if you just heard. I think I heard at the end of what you just played, Kyle, but they immediately just mentioned the Dallas Cowboys because obviously this was the pick. It was cornerback, right? Mm-hmm. I think now you almost have to attack if you're the Cowboys. If that's where we're going to go here, I think that's the area. It's offensive line. Now, if you want to attack all the talent that's there, you could trade down. Do the Cowboys trade down right now? And I think that's an opportunity for one of the teams to get their quarterback. I think it's right now. And I'm going to keep it short and sweet when it comes to that because, yeah, this is the first big surprise of the draft, I believe.
Well, and that's, I think you nailed it right there. I think this is the ultimate opportunity. The top two corners are off the board. Top two corners who I think the Cowboys were going to target in general. So top two are off the board. Perfect trade down opportunity for somebody who wants to jump up and potentially snag that quarterback before they're gone, I think is the biggest thing. Although at the same point, I 100% could see them go Rashawn Slater here, shore up that offensive line you were talking about earlier, because a lot of the mock drafts and stuff didn't really have Slater lasting until pick number 10. A lot of them had Slater going number 8 to Carolina, even potentially 9 to Denver. So you could go either way here. Really, is what you could do. You could definitely trade down, get some more picks for a quarterback hungry team. Or you could 100% easily take that top offensive lineman, and in my opinion, that top offensive lineman is Rashawn Slater out of Northwestern right now. So,
Logan, I want to get your opinion now because we're on the Denver pick. Obviously, we are on the Denver pick. What happened, or Dallas pick? Sorry, we're on to the Dallas pick now. We just had the Denver pick. What would you like to see now that you know the top two cornerbacks are gone? What would you like to see the star do?
I would like to see Slater be the guy here because, again, when a talent like that falls, it goes back to what we just saw earlier here in the first round with what the Lions got to pick. But I know that historically the Cowboys in the Jerry Jones regime, they don't really trade down. So I would almost kind of put that whole idea out the window for the time being. I can see the Cowboys keeping this pick and kind of taking the guy who they believe is going to help them the most right away. Because let's be honest for a second here, favorites in the NFC East, and I know it's the NFC East, but the Cowboys, they probably are the favorites to win this division. This isn't a tire fire.
Hold on. I'm gonna stop you. They have to be the favorite because they probably have the best quarterback in that division. If Prescott's healthy. If Prescott's healthy, he's the best quarterback in that division.
The $40 million man, yeah.
Yeah. So continue.
Well, okay, now that you just locked up Dak Prescott, that makes the Slater pick that much more intriguing. And I think that it just makes that pick make too much sense for Dallas. And I think that's where you go here. But again, trading down, there's going to be a team making a trade. You'd have to think that a trade has to happen soon, right? It could come within the next 2 picks, I don't know if it's going to be Dallas. I think Dallas holds right here at 10.
Yeah, and Kyle, you joked when I said that. You hit the $40 million man, but Dallas is probably the top team in this division if they're healthy. Like, is that a debate? Or I think they are. They have to be.
No, they definitely are. I think the Eagles, when they're healthy, are a good team. The Giants are a few pieces away from truly being contenders, I think. Obviously, with Saquon coming back is a whole different story, but I'm not sure if Daniel Jones is the guy to lead him there. I think if the Giants do end up taking a wide receiver with their pick and 2 picks, it's going to make Dallas a lot more interesting because Dallas has to defend on defense before they can score all the points is the biggest thing. So that's why maybe they do go offensive line, give Prescott some more time, give Zeke, who had a terrible year last year. Oh, trade.
There's a trade?
Wow.
Cowboys trade back.
Yep.
Okay, so we're having a trade here.
So the Eagles, and I bet you anything, Eagles take Smith. Because the Eagles wanted to jump ahead of the Giants to get Smith.
Wow, okay, now, that's big. Logan, let's get your opinion on this one quickly.
Here's how everything comes full circle quickly. Last year, the Eagles, as far as I know, were not happy that CeeDee Lamb went to the Cowboys. That's the guy that they wanted. Now, what happens in 2021, they trade for the Cowboys pick, and now they have the opportunity to take the wide receiver that they want.
It truly does come full circle, that's for sure. So
yeah,
I think it has the pick has to be Smith, in my opinion. Here, give Hurts some weapons because that was the biggest thing the Eagles didn't have last year was weapons. They were Greg Ward was their number 1 wide receiver for half the year, and that just doesn't add up. And I think the biggest thing is what we were saying is top 2 corners were off the board for Dallas. This just makes sense. Honestly, they could drop down to probably late teens, get another 2nd or 3rd round pick for each trade.
I just got it from Earthfund. It looks like a 1st and a 3rd.
Okay.
1st and a 3rd. I'm not confirming that, but 1st and a 3rd to Dallas for the Eagles.
To jump 2 picks. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's got to be a substantial player that the Eagles want to give up a 3rd just to move up about 2 picks.
That they don't think is going to fall in between the picks. That's the biggest thing. Is that the Giants pick at 11, they must think that it's gone, is what they think.
Well,
so
I had Devontae Smith absolutely a lock to the Giants, and the Eagles must have too. So you look at Dallas, and I like that trade for Dallas. I think that's exactly what they do, and you're absolutely right because the Cowboys, if you think they're going to stay at 12, you might be mistaken. There's opportunity here for them to go 18, 19. I got to look at the board here and see what kind of teams can trade up, but them staying at 12, that's not a foregone conclusion.
Like to me, I look at probably even potentially look at the Bears at 20, right? I think the Bears at 20, you could potentially still get one of the corners you're looking at. You could get like Greg Newsome, Caleb Farley, whoever you want at that point. I think is still going to be available at 20. But the Bears potentially do want to move up to potentially get a quarterback. So if you trade back at 12. The Bears would jump ahead of the Patriots, who obviously we know is looking for a quarterback in some sort of one way or another. If the Bears maybe trade up from 20 to 12 compared to when they were potentially trying to trade up into the top 10, definitely could be a little bit different of a factor in that aspect and not giving up as much in the Bears aspect for jumping 8 picks compared to jumping 12 to 13, 14 picks, whatever it may be, or whatever it may have costed them, which would have been 3+ 1st-round picks. Now you're maybe talking from 12 to 20, maybe you're talking 1 extra 1st-round pick potentially. So as a Bears fan, that could be huge too. Other thing is the Pats at 15, potentially jumping up 3 spots. They originally were projected to give up like a 1st and a 2nd. Maybe not. Maybe now they just give up a 1st, 3rd, and a 4th, or whatever it may be, or a 2nd next year. To potentially jump up 3 spots from 15 to 12 and truly get their players. So the honestly the potential here is endless, and this is why we love this draft right now, is because there could be 3 or 4 trades in the next 4 picks. Like it's crazy. So final wins, they get a 3rd round pick in the draft this year. So and the pick is in. So
can I just add onto the whole narrative of the Patriots and Bears wanting a quarterback? I think now you got to go into aggression mode. Okay, you've seen that at trades happen, number one. You see that Justin Fields is on the board, Mac Jones is on the board. Once a trade happens, it opens the floodgates a little bit. And I think that the Bears and Patriots, I think they got to get aggressive. And I think especially for the Bears that haven't had a quarterback in my lifetime times two. Okay, that's how long it's been. They need to get aggressive here. Here's your opportunity.
So here's the confirmation of the pick. It's the number 12 pick from the Eagles and a third round to Dallas for the number 10. And now the Eagles are on the clock. The pick is in, as you said, Kyle. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens moving forward. Logan, I think you're right. The next couple picks could be up for grabs just because that's where we're at in the draft. It's at that point where teams are now going to need to trade up if they want to get the player that they truly desire. Yep. And there are some available that I think a lot of people weren't expecting to be available at 11, 12, 13. So you're going to see some teams, maybe the Saints jump up a little bit, maybe the Pats like we've talked about. What's really going to happen is going to be interesting, and it looks like the commissioner is walking to the podium. He's going to do his celebratory handshake with the one fan in the big comfy couch. This is making me laugh, by the way. I love it.
If the Giants keep their pick at 12, look for Kwity Paye.
Kwity Paye, Giants.
Look out for him.
Yep.
Also, they potentially could go offensive line. Rashawn Slater should not have been there still. Nate Solder was terrible, so it could be offensive line.
So here's the pick.
The Dallas Cowboys have traded the 10th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 10th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Devontae Smith.
And there it is, Kyle. You got your confirmation. Devontae Smith is now an Eagle. Logan, how do you feel about Devontae Smith heading to the division?
Yeah, you know what? I think the writing was on the wall when the trade was announced. It just appeared as though that's just the direction that the Eagles were going into. You know how I just said be aggressive? That's what the Eagles just did. And I think if you're an Eagles fan, you're very happy right now because your team went out and got the guy they wanted. They wanted CeeDee Lamb last year, and it didn't happen. And now you get a do-over. And now all of a sudden, with the Eagles, you're kind of rebuilding your offense in a way. Because let's be honest, of the Eagles, I don't know if anyone's had more injuries than Philadelphia the last few years, especially on the offensive end. And now if you can start rebuilding that, they were aging. Here they go. I love this pick for Philadelphia. I understand he's going to the NFC East, which is going to prompt you to come after the Cowboys a little bit. But the point is, I like this for Philadelphia. They were aggressive, and they needed to make this happen.
I mean, they're comparing him to Calvin Ridley. If that's what this comparison ends up being, that's a huge pick for Philadelphia. Philadelphia has struggled to get the wideouts they truly need to really compete. Obviously, they had Alshon Jeffrey there, but he was injury prone like crazy. Deshaun Jackson just couldn't cut it. And obviously, as I said they had Greg Ward really as their number one pick, which is, or not number one pick, but number one receiver. It just doesn't work. I'm sorry. It's just Greg Ward is not a number one wide receiver. It's just simple as that. So I kind of wish I could do this whole mock draft like before the picks are actually happening, because I would be like nailing half of these picks right now. But it is what it is. I do think though Devontae Smith is a game changer. As I said, he's the last, in my opinion, of the true game changer wide receivers. You have Chase, Waddell, and Smith were, in my opinion, the true game changers. Then I think it drops off a slight bit. But to me, this is huge for the Philadelphia Eagles. Obviously, they believe in Hurts enough as their quarterback to take Smith here, give him an extra weapon, and kind of steal him from a division rival, which is kind of crazy, the fact that we have division rivals in back-to-back-to-back picks. And the fact that there's an interdivision trade is a whole different story too. So
it is kind of crazy that the only team not in this little area is the Washington football team.
Trade. Giants traded their pick.
And there you go, another trade. So the Giants are now out of the pick. The Bears.
Justin Fields is going to be a Bear.
No, hold on. Let's not say that. That's the possibility. But the Bears are trading in to the number 11 pick. Logan, what happens now?
Can I just say I love reactionary trades during drafts in any sport. When someone gets taken, and, Devontae Smith, I mean, the Giants, obviously, that was the target right there. He gets taken, boom, see ya. here we go, Chicago. That is your opportunity. So Chicago should really thank Philadelphia here. It's kind of a chain reaction. If the Eagles don't make that trade, I don't think Chicago gets their quarterback, and this might be a good one. In a quarterback-heavy draft at the top, Chicago had to be in play at some point. They just couldn't miss out this time, because the last time you were at the top for quarterback-heavy draft, it was Mitch Trubisky. It didn't happen. Now you get another do-over.
So here is the trade. The Bears get the number 11 pick from the Giants. The Giants get next year's first-round pick, the fifth-round pick this year, and the fourth-round pick next year. So not even getting a first-round pick. I mean, that's because it's not available, right? Mm-hmm. But what do you make of that trade? Is that a fair trade, Kyle? Do you think they got good value for that number 11 pick?
I mean, I think there's value for sure. I think the Bears were desperate for a quarterback. They still are desperate for a quarterback. I think that my heart is praying to God that they do not take Justin Fields. That's my heart as a Patriots fan. But I think that's the pick. I think the fact that he fell to 12 and the fact that they only have to give up one first-round pick, I think, is the biggest key here. And it looks like Fields just got the call, so potentially he is going to be the pick. But I think it's smart. I think trading up to get the pick and only giving them a first-round pick, a fourth, and a fifth really isn't much compared to what you were talking about potentially of them having to give up earlier to get into the top 10 potentially to get a trade, which was looking at like 3 first-round picks. So if the Bears do take Fields here, which it looks like they will be, I think it's a great pick for them. And I think Allen Robinson is probably praying to the stars that he actually has a quarterback now that can throw to him. So.
Yep, and you nailed it on the head there too. I know I've been saying that a lot. You guys are killing it with the analysis, and I love it. So if Fields goes to Chicago here, Logan, what are your thoughts on that? Is it as good of a pick as Kyle just said?
I think it is, and I think that that's exactly what they're going to do, because if you give up a first next year, a fourth and a fifth, was it? I mean, when you're giving up that kind of value, you're taking a guy who you believe is going to lead the franchise. That's what it is. And I think with the Giants, I'm questioning a little bit of the draft strategy here. I mean, I know you didn't get your receiver, but now we're not going to see you for a little bit, right? And I question what's going on with the Giants, especially when I believe that this was a crucial draft for them. And now you're kind of out of the mix. And what New York loses, Chicago gains. And I think Bears fans are very happy right now. If you can get Justin Fields, and let's be honest, guys, in our estimation, Justin Fields has dropped quite a bit. So now we can say that he's the best player in the draft right now. Forget quarterback or not. We can say that he is the best player in this draft.
Yeah, that's exactly it. He is the best player in the draft still available. So the Bears are doing exactly what they should do at number 11. The Giants didn't need him, so it didn't make sense. And here is the commissioner walking to the stage. I know he has to make his celebratory handshake, but here we go.
Through this year's draft-a-thon, the NFL is supporting our nation's path to recovery from COVID-19 by focusing on the critical issues of mental health, food insecurity, health disparities, and the digital divide. Throughout the pandemic, health disparities widen in communities of color, indigenous communities, and for older and rural Americans. We're joining forces with the CDC Foundation as part of a draft-a-thon to meet the basic needs like nutrition, safety, and health. Carlos Nelson, who's behind me, has been doing just that, leading the Greater Auburn Gresham Development Corporation in Chicago. His dream of creating a federally qualified health center to provide medical care in his neighborhood is becoming a reality with support from the Chicago Bears, and it will open in 2022. Congratulations, Carlos, and please take it away with the Bears selection.
Boy, how exciting is this? With the 11th pick
in the 2021 NFL Draft, the My Chicago Bears select Justin Fields, quarterback of Ohio State.
There it is, Logan. Justin Fields is heading to the Chicago Bears. Lovely shout out to frontline worker and trying to build hospitals in his area. But let's get right to the pick. This is a fall a little bit just based on the fact that we thought he should have been ranked higher. But this is a great fit in Chicago, Kyle.
100%. And realistically, like the fact that he fell this far to 11 is kind of surprising. Obviously, people had him at 15 on the mock draft, but that just wasn't realistic. All the power to the Bears. They gave up a first round pick next year to go get their guy, and they obviously didn't think he was going to fall past to them at 20. So they get their guy of the future. Obviously he gets to learn behind Andy Dalton right now for a little bit. I'm assuming is what's going to happen. So. We'll see if he walks in there as a day one starter or if he truly does learn from Dalton for maybe a couple games or whatever it may end up being. But they're getting an elite quarterback. This is a guy that people have doubted since day one, and they've immediately they had him at number 2, and then all of a sudden they looked into him a little bit, didn't like his attitude or whatever it may be. To me, it's just BS rumors that people say to bring them down the draft boards. But I think, as I said, Justin Fields is my number 2 quarterback. In my opinion, obviously I had Wilson up there a little bit higher just because I knew he was going to be the number 2 pick. But I always thought Fields was number 2, and I think the fact that the Bears get him here at 11 is a fantastic, and it's a franchise-altering move. And as I said before, I think Allen Robinson is thanking God he actually has a quarterback that can throw him the ball now. So look for Allen Robinson to put up big numbers in fantasy if Justin Fields is throwing him the ball. So.
It's very upsetting to see why players fall, and it's always different reasons. But when it comes to quarterbacks, there's always this talk about competitiveness or mental fortitude and stuff like that. But it only seems to come about to certain quarterbacks. Logan, what did you think of Fields as a player? Do you think these questions are unnecessary?
I think so, because I think that we've seen, like you say, Nick, these conversations happen year after year. And sometimes they do become true, but other times it's just nothing. And I think of Justin Fields, it's just nothing. Like Kyle says, BS, right? And I think that we can kind of go with that because Justin Fields has done nothing but impress under center. And I think that the Bears right now, they got to be so excited about the kind of guy that they're going to get in here. I don't want to look too far ahead, but when you bring up Andy Dalton, I'm thinking, all right, week 1, who's starting? Because I think it's probably going to be Andy Dalton. I'm going historically based on what we've seen in the past, but I don't know why some teams do that. When you know that Justin Fields is going to be your starter in, let's say, week 3. Okay, the Bills did that with Josh Allen. I didn't understand it. He had to go in just almost right away, but he didn't start right away. The Dolphins did that with Tua last year, and I didn't understand that. I said start him week 1. And I understand you want to get him comfortable right away into the system. Quarterback's a very difficult position to play, maybe the hardest. And I understand that. But if he's your guy, I'd like to see Justin Fields be handed the reign right away.
And Irfan brings up a good point. We're obviously getting insight from him throughout the draft. Mm-hmm. He says that it was really cool how Justin Fields changed his entire routine. He changed his entire food intake to try to make himself a more valuable player, to try to make himself a better player. Mm-hmm. And now people are questioning whether or not he has the mental fortitude to play at the next level. It just doesn't make sense to me. No. And I know it's ways to get people to drop and yada, 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 but it's an unnecessary thing in my opinion. This guy has the talent. He has the skills. I can't wait to see him play in the NFL. I just really wish it wasn't in that division. But I digress.
Especially if you guys are losing Rodgers, that's a whole different.
Let's not talk about that. Let's not make Nick sad.
But I honestly, it's a great pick, and looking at this pick coming up right now with the Cowboys, I think the Cowboys literally could go offensive line here, get the guy they potentially were going to take 2 picks ago, and they pick up an extra 3rd-round pick this year. So, good on the Cowboys for identifying a need with the Eagles, and I think this could be Rashawn Slater out of Northwestern right here. So,
Yeah, and the pick is in, so we're just waiting for the commissioner to take a step. Logan, Kyle says Slater. If you're Jerry Jones, which I know you have been in class as a joke sometimes, but if you're Jerry Jones, where's the pick going?
Yeah, I'm with Slater. I'm on that bus right here. The thing is that if this was the third round or the second round, I'd be saying defense, defense, defense. I'd be banging on the table right now. But because you're in the first round, and in the first half of the first round, you do have to take the quote-unquote best player available somewhat to your positional needs. And Dallas could use offensive line help because it has been really dampened over the last few years. Injury, retirements, everything. I think Slater's the guy.
And here comes the commissioner, so we will send it down to him as he says hi to everybody again. I don't know why he keeps saying hi to the same people. I get the one fan from every team. That's cool. Doesn't have to say hi to everybody, but here it is.
Through Draftathon, we're partnering with Mental Health America to support resources for those that need it. Kanikia Bedrain, an Army veteran from Dallas, struggled with anxiety and depression after returning from Iraq. She turned her struggle into triumph and is now a licensed social worker who provides mental health counseling. Kanikia, we thank you for your service and all you do to continue to help others during this challenging time. Please do us the honor of making the Cowboys pick.
Oh my God! How about them Cowboys? And with the 12th pick in the 2021 the NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Michael Parsons.
Wow. There you go. Micah Parsons, linebacker. Logan, buddy, how are you feeling about Micah Parsons joining that linebacking core?
Okay, so I was actually going to bring this up. I thought for a second it might have been a foregone conclusion that Slater was the guy based on team needs, but I was about to pose the question to Kyle. I was going to say, hey, what do you think of the Cowboys going Parsons here? Because I know that Slater, in terms of positional needs, could have been the best player for Dallas, but overall in the draft, I mean, Parsons has fallen a little bit here, and Dallas could have capitalized on that. Now, I think linebacker, when it comes to Dallas, you did see kind of moving parts there last year and makeshift parts, a lot of injuries on the linebacking core over the last 3-4 years or so. It has been a struggle there. So if you can shore that up with the guy here, absolutely, by all means. I thought that last year, 2020, they could have gone in that direction as well. But CeeDee Lamb dropped and they had to take him. So I think that this is a bit of an overdue pick. I think we all got stuck on the idea of cornerback and offensive line. I think the offensive line, they're going to go through the rest of these rounds and take offensive line over and over again. The Eagles just gave you a third-round pick. That's what you got to do. I like this, actually. I do like it. I was thinking about it. I'm going, hey, what are the odds they take Parsons? Because best player available, it could have been him right now.
Well, and that's what I was literally saying to Nick as the pick was announced. I said, I should have said it when we was online. I was Micah Parsons there, and Sean Lee just retired. Like it's literally a fit. And to me, we've been talking about how their defense has been, their Achilles heel, and Parsons fits perfectly. If you can't get a cornerback, get somebody who can cover a tight end or get somebody who can cover a running back out of the backfield. Like you look at that division that they're in, right? You got Saquon who can be a threat out of the backfield. You have Sanders who can be a threat out of the backfield, and who's the other team I'm trying to think of? Cowboys. You got Zeke. No.
You can't be the Cowboys. He's not defending his own team here, Kyle.
Redskins. Sorry, you have Gibson who can be a threat out of the backfield as well. Is what I was trying to think of. I couldn't think of it for the life of me for some reason, but
brain freeze.
The Washington football team. It's a whole different story.
Brain freeze.
But Micah Parsons is a freak athlete. He's a guy who can go he can go sideline to sideline. He can make tackles. He can drop into coverage. He can do whatever you want. And honestly, I think they're kind of worried about Jalen Smith's knee in Dallas because they don't know if he's going to be the guy who's going to be the middle linebacker who can go and do the coverage. But if you bump him to the outside linebacker, let him go rush a little bit more and not drop back in coverage as much, and now all of a sudden you put Parsons in the middle, with Van Der Esch on one side, you got Jalen Smith on the other side. All of a sudden, it's like, okay, now your linebacking core is set there, to be honest. And now you can look offensive line, you can look corner, you can look those later in the draft now. Because if the fall in offensive lineman keeps happening, there's going to be some offensive linemen that you're going to find in the second round that potentially were late first-round picks. Like to me, you look at like Tevin Jenkins, right? If Jenkins doesn't get taken in the mid-20s, he's out of the first round, and all of a sudden now it's, who knows? Maybe Jacksonville picks him up, and all of a sudden they have now a first-round talent wide offensive lineman now guarding Trevor Lawrence. It's insane. So,
well, I'm looking at it, and I'm as a Packer fan, I know that they need offensive line. Like that's a huge need at this point in time. I'm loving this.
Yep.
You're seeing all these offensive linemen just keep dropping down the draft board. Mm-hmm. We're gonna luck into somebody at this rate, or they're all gonna be taking the 3 picks before us, but because that's how the Packers go. This is a player who has game-changing ability. There's no doubt about it. I actually personally had Parsons a little higher than you did, Kyle. Mm-hmm. I had him in my top 10. I think this guy is legit, and I think he is going to be a force in that Cowboys linebacking core. Moving forward, what do the Cowboys need to do in the next couple picks, Logan, to really win this draft now that they have Parsons in the mix?
I thought they won the draft last year. I loved their draft in 2020. And if we're going to go down the road of what Kyle just said, I think they might win this draft too. Because I think, Nick, this pick, it could be game-changing. Linebacking core, a lot of question marks. Van Der Esch, I love Van Der Esch. He can't stay healthy right now, and it's a big concern. Jalen Smith is getting paid a lot of money. Is he performing to that level? I'm not sure right now. It might have been a bit of an off year. 2019 was a disaster for the entire defense. So I need to see the Cowboys get back to the 2018 Cowboys on defense for them to really come together and everything. Next few picks, offensive line. See if you can have a pick similar to Trayvon Diggs last year. When you took Trayvon last year, that was kind of a steal. And you kind of got a cornerback, a sneaky pick. Can they do it again this year? And I think that's kind of where they need to go.
And it's an interesting point that you make is that they did have a sneaky pick last year, and now they're trying to repeat it. And Parsons, I wouldn't call this a sneaky pick. This was the obvious pick, in my opinion, for what they needed. So he fits that. No, I know you said Slater, and we were talking about corner. Mm-hmm. I still think this was the best player available. They needed to take him and get him off the board. If they're looking for a sneaky pick later, they might be able to get those offensive linemen that we were talking about, maybe a Leatherwood in the second round, or depending on where everyone falls, we could see maybe a Eichenberg as well, right? They could still get that. So those could be considered more sneaky picks because you never really know what's going to happen moving forward. So hopefully this works out for the Dallas Cowboys, and we're going to see it. We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll bring you the rest of the draft right after this.
Hey guys, it's producer Jake here from Betting House, the Garage Door Sports Network's ultimate degenerate gambling podcast. Catch our episodes weekly on Apple, Spotify, and Google as we bring you banter, laughter, and of course picks for all sorts of games throughout the week. Give us a follow on our socials at BettingHousePod, where you can catch all our bets each week, as well as some bonus content. Remember to always gamble responsibly. Let's get rich.
Hey guys, I'm Gabe Ferraro.
And I'm Logan Lockhart from Between the Uprights on the Garage Door Sports Network.
We cover everything football from NFL, CFL, and all off-season storylines. We make our weekly picks during the season and cover every headline in the off-season.
Check us out on the shows tab at GarageDoorSports.com for our weekly episodes.
Come join me, Kelton Forrest, on the On the Mic college basketball podcast powered by the Garage Door Sports Network, where we talk everything from my disdain for Duke basketball to my love for Kentucky and John Calipari, and everything in between. Check us out under the shows tab at GarageDoorSports.com and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everyone, this is Irfan Manju from Touchline Thoughts. We are an all-soccer podcast hosted by yours truly with guests every episode. We provide news, analysis, and opinions every episode as well. Touchline Thoughts is powered by the Garage Door Sports Network, and you can listen to us on your favorite podcatcher. Cheers.
Chargers pick is in. We are waiting for the commissioner to step to the podium as always. Lots of people standing up. It looks like Rashad Slater is standing up wearing his very odd-sized suit, in my opinion, with the white collar. I don't know what that's about.
Very flashy.
I'm not a big white collar on a suit fan, Logan. But if he's the pick, if they're we're assuming here that they're going O-line, right?
Yep, because they're in the same situation as I would say Cincinnati is. And I know Cincinnati didn't go in that direction, but I think if you're the Chargers, you're kind of thinking the same thing. We have a guy who we know is going to be good. That's tough to get. Ask Chicago. Chicago still doesn't know. They just took Justin Fields, and we'll see. The Chargers know they have a guy. Then you have to proceed and do what's right, and that's protect him.
Yeah, and him being available still at this point is a surprise. He was number 8 on your board, Kyle.
Yep.
The other way that they could go is Christian Darrisaw from Virginia Tech, and I could see either of them going in this spot, but I'm in agreement that it has to be O-line. What does Slater bring over Darrisaw, and why did you have him ranked 7 spots higher?
Slater is higher for me is just purely because of his versatility and the fact that he was an absolute beast in his year, obviously before he opted out. But let's get to the pick before that.
13th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Rashawn Slater Jr., tackle, Northwestern.
There you go. Slater is the pick, boys. Logan, I want to start with you. He obviously fits a need. There's no doubt about it. What does he do? Is he a plug-and-play player right now, or does he need some time?
I think he is. I think he is on this team too, because when you look at what the Chargers have been over the last, let's say 2-3 years, it was becoming a real issue with Phillip Rivers. And the last thing you would want if you're the Chargers is for that to be reoccurring. I think no matter what he plugs in, he's going to play. Now, Kyle, do you know what side would suit him better?
Personally, I believe he will slide in probably on the right side. He very well could go on the left side, but I think with his ability to go into the guard as well, I think his safer side would be the right side.
Yeah, and I think this is a player that, again, we've said this I don't know how many times so far, but he's dropped. And, guys, let's look at the mock drafts that we all had. Right? I mean, he didn't go this low, and the trades that have happened have really opened the floodgates here. And I think this is, again, a lot of teams have gained, a lot of teams have lost, depending on what trades they've made. The Chargers are one of the gain teams because all they have to do is wait, fit a need. They got their guy. Now they can proceed with the rest of the draft.
Yeah, I think you're right, Logan. And Slater is a body that people want to see on that line, and now they're going to get the chance to see it. And the Chargers got their man in Herbert last year. They brought in the quarterback, and now they get the guy to block for him, who these two are going to grow together over the next few years, Kyle?
100%. And the biggest thing, if he does end up protecting his blind side, he'll be protecting his blind side for years to come. And I think the fact that, the Chargers were going to go offensive line, I think, the whole time. I don't think there's really a question about that. But the fact that Slater fell, I think, made their lives a little bit easier and their decision a little bit easier compared to, obviously, they had the choice between Darrisaw. A lot of people had Vera Tucker going there because of his ability to slide inside, outside if they really needed to. But I don't think anybody expected, him to fall this far is really what it came down to. So, Rashawn Slater, that's a great pick. Herbert's going to feel a little bit, sleep a little bit better at night now that he knows somebody's going to protect his blind side or even his other side if need be. But it's a great pick by the Chargers, and honestly, I wasn't expecting very much else. So.
And now we get to go to a team that has a few holes, in my opinion, in the Minnesota Vikings. They could go offense. I think that line has a couple holes that it could fill, but I don't know if that's the biggest need. They could go defense and fill some holes there. Logan, where do you think the biggest hole is for the Minnesota Vikings? Oh, I apologize. Hold on. Before we get to that, there looks to be a trade. Am I right?
Trade to the Jets.
The Jets, the Jets, Jets are back into the fold. They have already gotten their new quarterback, so now where are they going? I guess this changes the pick, Kyle. I'm going to start with you. Where do they go now?
To be honest, with Minnesota, there were so many holes you could fill there that I think there's a reason why they traded back is because they were like, well, we can take anybody. Let's trade back, get some extra picks. The Jets here, I don't know where they go at this point. Do they go offensive line as well? Do they shore up that? Or do they go, to me, I think this is too early for Najee Harris. So I had them taking running back, but I think this is too early for running back here. So I can't see that being the pick. Do they go and take one of those wide receivers that are available right now before the run on them goes? Or I don't know.
I thought that if they were going to
get
trade,
confirmation on what the trade is, all we know right now is the Vikings have moved into the 14th spot. Logan, now that the Jets are now in the 14th spot where the Vikings were. Logan, where do you think the Jets go on this one?
Yeah, so they clearly have their eyes on someone, and I thought they could have been that team like what the Eagles just did, right? If there was going to be a team that kind of makes a move like that, I thought, hey, they're going for Devontae Smith, aren't they? But I don't know where the Jets are necessarily going. Maybe they got their eyes on one of the running backs, and maybe the running backs is the position that we're overlooking. Maybe they are that highly touted, and there are a lot of good ones that I like. But again, I don't see a lot of teams going crazy about running backs all the time at this position in the draft. You wait a little bit. Maybe we're wrong on that, right? I mean, yeah, it would be pretty early, but can we see a scenario when, hey, a couple running backs gets taken again? A lot of running back success in the 2020 draft, that might have changed a lot of minds of people, right? Especially Kansas City, Baltimore. We saw a little bit of a shift last year, and maybe that's carrying over into 21. I mean, it's not like we're that early into the first round anymore. We're midway through the first round. We could kind of see teams going a little bit off anybody's standard draft board.
The only other thing I could see them taking here is if they like one corner in particular and didn't think he was going to be available at 23. So I'm looking at potentially Caleb Farley right here. Obviously, people are very high on him, but injury problems, he has COVID right now, so on and so forth, have played a factor. So maybe the Jets are trying to be, a little early and jump the gun and trying to get their guy. Maybe it's Greg Newsome. Who knows? It definitely could be one of those corners. Because to me, running back and corner are probably the two biggest that stand out right now are the needs for them. So, maybe they have a guy in particular they really want and didn't think he was going to fall past 23 where their next pick was.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens. It looks like the Jets are going to take this pick. We're going to take a quick break while we try to figure out where they're going with this one.
Good day, everybody. This is Ryan from 20 Minutes on Ice. Join me and my co-host Nick McVicar for opinions and analysis on the week that was in the hockey world. New episodes available every Tuesday, wherever you download your favorite podcasts from. 20 Minutes on Ice, part of the Garage Door Sports Network.
Hey guys, it's producer Jake here from Betting House, the Garage Door Sports Network's ultimate degenerate gambling podcast. Catch our episodes weekly on Apple, Spotify, and Google as we bring you banter, laughter, and of course picks for all sorts of games throughout the week. Give us a follow on our socials at BettingHousePod, where you can catch all our bets each week, as well as some bonus content. Remember to always gamble responsibly. Let's get rich.
Hey guys, I'm Gabe Ferraro.
And I'm Logan Lockhart from Between the Uprights on the Garage Door Sports Network.
We cover everything football from NFL, CFL, and all off-season storylines. We make our weekly picks during the season and cover every headline in the off-season.
Check us out on the shows tab at GarageDoorSports.com for our weekly episodes.
All right, we are back, folks. So the Jets have moved into number 14. This is big news, obviously, and we're going to play around with it as we see it. Kyle, how big of this is the Jets? Or I haven't seen what the trade is, but I've heard it's a lot. They traded a lot to get this pick. Where do they go here?
I mean, as we were saying, like, I could definitely see offensive linemen here for sure. Purely trying to protect their newfound investment in the number 2 pick. Obviously, on my board, my top 2 offensive linemen available would be Christian Darrisaw out of Virginia Tech, as well as I also have Elijah Vera Tucker out of USC. Biggest thing with for Elijah Vera Tucker is his versatility. So there's a chance that he can slide inside out. So I could definitely see that being the pick potentially here. Obviously new coach and everything coming in for the Jets. So maybe they want to protect their investment rather than trying to do anything else or trying to do anything too rash. And maybe they thought their guy was going to go, because obviously you look at next coming up picks. You got the Pats and Arizona. I don't know if they're both going to go offensive line. I highly doubt that, to be honest. But I guess if they like their offensive lineman here, I think that definitely could be the pick. So.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. I'm looking to see if we can find what this trade was. Logan, I'm going to throw it to you after the commissioner, I guess, because he's stepping up. We'll go to the commissioner now.
The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 14th pick to the New York Jets. With the 14th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Elijah Vera Tucker, guard, USC.
And there it is, Elijah Vera Tucker.
So the Jets identify their man and they move up to get him.
The New York Jets. Kyle, Elijah Vera Tucker, what does he bring to New York?
God, for what they traded, I don't know how much they actually for how much they gave up. I'm not sure what he actually brings, but as I said before, he brings versatility. He brings that big man in the box. He brings a program in USC that's prestigious when it comes to all their picks. And to be honest, I could have put him higher on my list purely for what he actually. His intangibles are. He's 6'4", 315. He's a big boy, right? He can play guard. He can play tackle. He can kind of do whatever you want. But he gets to that second level as well, as I was saying with Sewell too, that he doesn't just stop with the first guy. He hits, moves on to the next guy, and he stays with his block. That's the biggest thing. I'm an offensive lineman myself. Obviously, didn't really have the career that he did, but he's the type of guy that you want to run behind. He is going to be the guy who's going to go get that guy ahead of you. He's going to be the lead block. He's going to do whatever he can to get you in that end zone. And honestly, the Jets, I think now, I look at the Jets potentially with that second pick in the second round, right? Do they go running back? Do they go Etienne or something like that? Or do they go Najee Harris if he's still there? I think now that you have the offensive line, you have the quarterback, now you add the running back to it, and all of a sudden that Jets team's looking like, hey, yeah, we actually want to compete in this AFC East for once, So I like the pick, I really do.
Yeah, I think it is an interesting one. For some reason, they have the Jets still on the board for pick. I think the broadcast is a little backwards here, Logan. Vera Tucker's versatility is what Kyle says. Let's look at their next pick, though. The Jets' next pick. He says running back. Where do you think they go?
I think that makes sense because, like Kyle said, quarterback, okay, now you protect them. And then what do? You run the ball. So those are your foundational pieces. And when you're in a spot like the Jets, that's what you do. It goes quarterback, protect them, run the ball. That makes a lot of sense. The positional flexibility for the kid they just took. Now, that's something I think that really intrigued them. But, Nick, when you said they gave up a lot to trade up, it makes me wonder, okay, what did they just do here? Because I thought for a second maybe Newsome, and again, we touched on this before, there is a big drop in cornerbacks after Newsome, and that is a need of the Jets. And I thought if they're going to give up a lot of capital to trade into this position, then they would go cornerback. They didn't. Maybe they just love the flexibility here because, of course, it's so valuable in this age of football. And I think that the Jets really had to make their move here. They must have really liked them.
Got to cut you off there, Logan. The commission's back.
With food insecurity a challenge for so many Americans, we've teamed up with Feeding America as part of Draft-a-thon to help fight hunger. Don Cox, who's behind me, a former Marine, saw a need in his community and started providing food to fellow veterans. He and his team have provided more than 5.6 million meals in 10 different states through Food for Vets. Don, thank you for your service to our country and for helping those facing food insecurity. The stage is yours to make the Patriots pick. With the 15th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the six-time world champion New England Patriots select Mac Jones.
There it is, Kyle. You get a quarterback after all. Mac Jones is with a smile on his face.
I'll finish the sentence for him. Quarterback in Alabama, Mac Jones, the Nick Saban, Bill Belichick connection. Look how quickly
my guy, I still want to Justin Fields, but honestly, I would take Mac Jones.
You are
Biggest
smiling. No, look, man, you just like to see, I'm smiling about all these quarterbacks. I think all of them are going to really good situations that fit what that organization is looking for and what they need, what style of offense they're going to want to play.
Mac Jones
gets the style of offense that Bill has typically called over the past 20 years in New England with Tom. It's the kind of quarterback that Josh McDaniels
very well could be, not necessarily Tom Brady 2.0, but he has the very same style of game where he's not going to wow you with athleticism, but he isn't a slouch by any means with athleticism. Can get out of the box and stuff like that, but is consistent. He's a pocket passer, throws down the field, looks over his reads, and he's the type of guy that I can definitely see succeeding in a Josh McDaniels run offense. Obviously, with the Patriots adding all the weapons they did in the offseason, he's not going in there with no weapons like Cam Newton did last year. So I could definitely see Mac Jones starting day one too. That's the biggest thing. I think Mac Jones is probably one of the more ready quarterbacks to actually start. So what they're getting in Mac Jones is an NFL-ready quarterback coming out of an Alabama program that kind of speaks for itself, is really what it is. So I think this is a great pick. It's a great value pick as well because there's potentially he was going number 3. There's potentially he was going top 10. Pats don't have to trade up. Stay with the pick that they are. Keep their next year's first round pick, which apparently is gold right now. So. And they get their quarterback of the future. So I like it. Obviously, I would have liked Fields, but I'm not going to complain whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm a little frustrated that you guys didn't have to move up to get this pick just because it feels like every time that other teams need stuff, they do, and yet the Patriots somehow luck into another pick. Logan, Mac Jones in the McDaniels offense, it's a match made in heaven, right?
It appears to be, really, if you look at the tools. And then if you take away Trevor Lawrence in this draft, I think that everyone who really watched Mac Jones and the other top quarterbacks in the draft would know that he is the most NFL ready right now. And I think with the Patriots, that's exactly what they wanted to accomplish here. Because let's look at the Patriots the last few years here. I mean, you could have drafted a predecessor to Tom Brady, but they didn't, because I don't think they wanted that. I think they wanted a guy out of a program like Alabama that's ready right now. And with Mac Jones, you look at what the Patriots just did. In hindsight, they played this out perfectly. And Nick, you touched on it. They didn't have to trade up. You get Mac Jones at 15. This is just a match made in heaven on a lot of different ways here. And Kyle, don't lie here. There was a thought in your head for a moment. Is Bill Belichick really going to go through with the pick that everyone expects?
Yeah, Kyle just took a step away quickly, so I'm going to answer that question for you, Logan. Yes, he goes through with the exact pick that we all expected him to go through with because he somehow manages to get a quarterback at 15 because it's the Patriots. I'm not saying it's fixed, but is it fixed?
Let me put it this way. I mean, we always expect the unexpected of New England when it comes to drafting and roster moves that they make. I mean, let's be honest. There's been times where the Patriots cut people when they're playing pretty well. They just cut them because they know something that we don't, right? And the Patriots are advanced in that way. When you get Mac Jones at 15, again, it's the pick that everyone expected here. When you saw Justin Fields go, you go, Mac Jones is the next guy, and it's going to be New England. Now the question is, quite frankly, Kyle hinted at it, but it's this: Fields versus Jones. And who's going to turn out better? who did the Bears and Patriots, out of the two teams, who made the right decision here? That's going to be the debate for a long time, right? Remember, Nick, the Dwayne Haskins draft, 2019, when he fell to Washington at the same spot that New England just took Mac Jones? It was a lot of this. Daniel Jones went to the Giants. Washington got Haskins. That's going to be the next debate, quarterback debate in this league for the next few years. Daniel Jones won the debate. I'm looking Fields versus Jones. That's the next one.
Yeah, and that's the next debate. We already we said this. The big debate at the top was Lawrence and Wilson. Who's going to be one and who's going to be two? Now this is the other debate that I think is really, really entertaining, is Fields or Jones. The commissioner is back up. Let's put up the sound and let's hear him one more time.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Zaven Collins, linebacker, Tulsa.
Zaven Collins I don't know if I should be surprised by this. I think it's a good pick regardless, but Zaven Collins headed to the Cardinals. Kyle, thoughts on this one?
See, this, I don't really understand this one, to be honest. You got, we were literally talking about him earlier. You had Isaiah Simmons last year. What's the point of adding Zaven Collins here? That's, I get it, I guess, at the same point. I think their biggest issue right now is corner. They lost Patrick Peterson. Maybe the corners weren't necessarily available that they really wanted. But to me, I don't think linebacker was really the biggest need here. I think you definitely could have gone Greg Newsome, or really anybody else in the back in the back end of your defense. But I'm not going to deny Zaven Collins is a fantastic player. He is a mammoth of a player. He is like 6'3", 250, but runs like a guy who's 6'1", 210. So he's a giant player, but as they're showing the highlights, like, he is no slouch whatsoever of a defender and a coverage guy. He's not just a guy that's gonna rush the run or rush the passer. He's gonna be a guy who drops into coverage and makes those plays as well. So I don't like the pick, but I do like the pick at the same time. It's kind of confusing in that aspect, but I think there was corner definitely could have been the option here.
Yeah, and Logan, same question to you. Thoughts on the Collins pick for the Cardinals?
I thought Newsome was going to be the pick here, but let's put it this way. Isaiah Simmons gets selected last year, and he brings you kind of a new age linebacker element that he can do a lot of different things. Maybe they're thinking that Collins can kind of be the more stable linebacker of the two, and Simmons can kind of do whatever, because Simmons can do everything, really. I mean, I think the flexibility of Simmons has home run potential in this league on the defensive end. So Collins can bring you another element. Now, at the same time, whether if you want to debate Collins versus Newsome here, different positions, but at the end of the day, it's just defense. And what the Cardinals did right now was improve on the defensive side of the ball. And you look, you can talk about linebacker versus corner. I prefer taking linebackers at these spots in round one, right? I think the corners you can get later. And if it's not going to be Newsome, okay, because like we were talking about before, there's a big drop-off after Newsome. So Arizona can go address that corner need later. I like this pick, right? I'm surprised by it, but I do like it, and I can see where they're coming from.
Hey guys, it's producer Jake here from Betting House, the Garage Door Sports Network's ultimate degenerate gambling podcast. Catch our episodes weekly on Apple, Spotify, and Google as we bring you banter, laughter, and of course picks for all sorts of games throughout the week. Give us a follow on our socials at BettingHousePod, where you can catch all our bets each week, as well as some bonus content. Remember to always gamble responsibly. Let's get rich.
Hey guys, I'm Gabe Ferraro.
And I'm Logan Lockhart from Between the Uprights on the Garage Door Sports Network.
We cover everything football from NFL, CFL, and all off-season storylines. We make our weekly picks during the season and cover every headline in the off-season.
Check us out on the shows tab at garagedoorsports.com for our weekly episodes.
Good day, everybody. This is Ryan from 20 Minutes on Ice. Join me and my co-host Nick McVicar for opinions and analysis on the week that was in the hockey world. New episodes available every Tuesday, wherever you download your favorite podcasts from. 20 Minutes on Ice, part of the Garage Door Sports Network.
Come join me, Kellen Forrest, on the Mic college basketball podcast powered by the Garage Door Sports Network, where we talk everything from my disdain for Duke basketball to my love for Kentucky and John Calipari, and everything in between. Check us out under the shows tab at garagedoorsports.com and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everyone, this is Irfan Manji from Touchline Thoughts. We are an all-soccer podcast hosted by yours truly with guests every episode. We provide news, analysis, and opinions every episode as well. Touchline Thoughts is powered by the Garage Door Sports Network, and you can listen to us on your favorite podcatcher. Cheers.
With the 17th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Alex Leatherwood, tackle, Alabama.
Wow. That was not who I thought was going
Silence
to
has
the
fallen over
That is a huge surprise to me. Logan, I want to get your opinion on this one right out of the gate. Raiders select Leatherwood. Is this a surprise, as big as a surprise to you as it is to me?
It is. It reminds me of what they did in the top 5 a few years ago. To me, you had to go defense here. And the best safety is on the board in Morig, and I think that was the way you had to go. That to me, it was pretty clear cut. You know, I mean, if Dallas wanted a linebacker, well, you take Parsons. If the Raiders wanted help on the defensive side, that's where you go. This is a puzzling pick, but we've seen this from Gruden's regime in the last few years. We really have.
Yeah, exactly that. I'm just surprised by it. Kyle, your face was very, very telling on this one as well. What did you make of this pick as he looks on his top 50 board? I believe Leatherwood is way down there. He's 37.
This is a reach.
He's 37. Okay. 37 on your top 50. Why did the Oakland Raiders select this one? Why, Kyle? Why?
So the Oakland Raiders. That's all you have to say. I guess they go off the board as he said. Like Clellan Ferrell, like 3 years ago or 2 years ago, whatever it was, what it was. Straight out of left field. Like nobody was expecting that pick whatsoever. And to me, I think Darisaw is a much better tackle who's actually going to stay as a tackle. Coming out of college, because I don't know if Leatherwoods can stay at tackle. I think he's going to have to shift into guard. I think he's going to have to be one of those guys who, if you need him to play tackle, he can play tackle, but that's not his position. I think Darisaw is better. I also had Tevin Jenkins at Oklahoma State, who was better, in my opinion. And I think I get offensive line. Obviously, I get you traded Trent Brown back to the Patriots this year so that you have the gap on that outside. But I don't think Leatherwood was the guy. So to me, this is a puzzling pick. Maybe it turns out, maybe I look like a dummy come later, but to me, there's a couple offensive linemen that are a little bit better, in my opinion, that were available. To me, they could have potentially got him in the second round of the exact same pick. So there's that too.
Yeah, it is a questionable one in my head. Logan, do you think they didn't think he was going to make it to their next pick? Is that why they went with him here?
That's always the conversation, because how many times have we seen this? It's like, well, we may have thought that he's going to go to the second or third round, but the team knows that someone else likes him. You know, for all we know, for the teams in the 20s that need the offensive line help, then this could have happened. Now, they're showing on the board here, 60% chance of being available at pick 46. Now, what is that based on? How do we know that, right? I mean, unless we know that teams were looking at him in the second round, then we can really make that conclusion. This is a reach, though, and it is a stretch. And we talked about Leatherwood, about potentially going in the second and third round. I was thinking to myself, hey, maybe if the Cowboys are lucky, that pick that the Eagles gave them can turn into Leatherwood for some offensive line help. So definitely a reach. But again, just like the Pharrell pick, right? We've seen this before, and they go out of left field.
Out of left field, indeed, Logan. And I didn't even get a chance to put the pick board up, and the commissioner's already at the podium. Here he goes with the Dolphins.
The 18th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jalen Phillips, defensive end, Miami.
Wow. So Jalen Phillips stays in Miami, as Kyle says. Edge rusher from Miami, Florida, stays with the Dolphins. Kyle, this guy is a beast. He's an absolute beast. What does he bring to that Dolphins defense?
He is an absolute beast, that is for sure. Biggest thing he brings is pressure. It's really what it comes down to. He is a little raw when it comes to his pressure and the way he moves. He sometimes gets limited to one move, maybe it's the bull rush or the swim. Kind of needs to maybe develop that a little bit more. But he's 6'5", 266, and he can push offensive linemen back. That's the biggest thing. I think he still needs to develop a little bit, but he's going to be on a Miami defense that's going to probably use him situationally rather than straight up 3-down guy. He's going to be the guy who's going to come in on third down. Hey, go get pressure, whatever it may be. I think Phillips is great. The other one, I also have. I believe it's his partner in crime. I believe.
I think it was his replacement.
Was it
actually because one of them didn't play this year. One of them sat out. That's why they were both number 15.
Right.
But yeah, you have them a lot higher.
But I like Rousseau as well, and I think both of them can definitely bring that to the table. So I like this pick. I really do. I think Miami, especially with the wealth of picks they have, could have gone anywhere. That's the biggest thing. They could have taken whatever they really wanted to. Obviously, I think they could have addressed their offensive line. Potentially here as well, but as we said, there's some picks maybe later in the draft that they can address that too. Obviously with trading away Eric Flowers in the offseason, so they're kind of missing a spot there, but Jalen Phillips is a fantastic pick, and I love this pick for Miami.
Logan, let's get you in on this one. Phillips to Miami.
I think that it comes down to draft capital, and when a team like Miami has so much of it right now, you can afford to experiment with different positions, and you take the player that you like the best. Now, this guy, I like what Kyle said about situationally. That's how they're going to use him. With Miami, they're in that kind of mode where, yeah, you kind of need tools and pieces in this kind of year, because I think Miami wants to win now, and I think they want to get into the playoffs. So this is an impact pick, right? If you're going to take a guy and then use him situationally for an impact, just as an edge rusher, then I think that's a positive. And again, with Miami's draft capital, it's not like we can really bang on the table and say, no, you needed to go in this direction positionally. We can't say that with Miami. So I like this pick. And I actually thought that the Raiders, to me, this was another option for the Raiders. And I thought the Raiders needed to go defense. And I know I'm going back to that. But again, this is a guy who I like for them as well.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. It's a good fit. It's a team fit. So it's a smart play here. And Kyle, we'll get into your big board in a second, but why is this such a good fit for the Dolphins off the top? Like I can see it, but people want to know.
I guess I have to turn the mic on in order to actually talk. Eh?
Yeah,
honestly, the fit and the pick here truly is just value. Is really what it comes down to. And as Logan said, it's the quantity of picks they have. They literally have too many picks to count because Houston are absolute morons. So there's that. But it's Miami has the opportunity to pick the best player available, and in their mind, Jalen Phillips and the edge rushing ability that he brings truly was just the best player available. So I think Darisaw would have been a much better pick in my opinion, but I am in no way going to slander Jalen Phillips as this pick.
No, I don't think you can slander Phillips at all because he has been so good when he has played for the University of Miami. We're going to just go straight through here, folks, and keep you up to date with everything going on. So the Vikings trade, Kyle, I know you had it. Can you pull it up again one more time just to show or to tell everyone what they got in that trade with the Jets?
Yeah, just give me...
He's just going to pull it up for you. But it was a lot, Logan. Like, I was surprised by how much it actually ended up being. Go ahead, Kyle.
Scroll down. Okay. Here, Jets-Vikings trade. Number 14 and 143, which is a 4th-round pick, for pick number 23, 66, and 86. So, to me, that's a lot. You're giving up a first-round pick and 2/3 to move up 9 spots. So,
and that's the thing. It's 9 spots. Could they have maybe not done that and been happy regardless? Like, it seems like a lot to give up for 9 spots.
It is a lot to give up for 9 spots, I do think. But I think the biggest thing is I don't think Vera Tucker would have been there if they stayed at 23. I think is the biggest thing that they thought. And I think honestly, if Vera Tucker was there, I think the Raiders probably would have went Vera Tucker instead of Leatherwood. And I think Leatherwood was their fallback option that if Vera Tucker was not available, then that's where they're going to go. So I think that's where it's going to go. Obviously, they wanted their guy. They went out and got him, and that's what's going to happen. So I'm kind of not necessarily disappointed, but I thought there was going to be a lot more trades here. Obviously, we had a couple more trades, but it's kind of filtered down into being everybody got their guy, I guess.
Yeah. Let's quickly take a look at the... Oh, is that Commissioner walking on? It's Commissioner walking onto the stage. We'll look at the big board at some point. I promise you, folks. The big board will be shown, but here's the commission.
With the 19th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Washington football team selects Jamin Davis, linebacker, Kentucky. Jamin Davis.
This is a little bit one about from left field. Davis, who was way down on your list, number 29 there, Kyle, is now picked at number 19 by Washington. Logan, this is in your division, so I'm going to go to you first. What do you make of this pick?
Well, we're starting to see the linebackers kind of go off the board, but the problem is that it's not the linebackers that we thought would necessarily go this high in this order. Now, this is the second time now in a row when we've seen a linebacker just go and we have questions about it. Now, with Washington, I'm in a position with them where I think that on defense, the sky-high potential is really there. And if they want to capitalize on that and use their early draft capital to continue to bang the drum on defense, then I'm all with it. And I think that it's a good pick for them. Now, again, is this a reach? It could be. But what did we just say about Leatherwood? It's that maybe Leatherwood would have gone 20-something. Vera Tucker, if he wasn't traded up for, then that would have been the Raiders' pick. But Leatherwood may have gone a little bit after that. So I think that even though we think that some of these guys may be a stretch, we could be overstating that a little bit. And I think that if Washington, again, if they like a guy, they're going to take him, right? And I think that this is becoming a theme now. Guys, teams aren't afraid anymore to go off the board. We've learned that.
I think the biggest thing with this pick especially is I don't know how much of a reach it actually is. The more and more video I watched on this guy, he stood out as a ball hawk is really what it was. When he dropped into coverage, he was making plays. He wasn't just standing there and being in a zone defense and just, looking like he could sit there and not be a problem, but he was out there, he was moving, he was going sideline to sideline, kind of what we said with Micah Parsons is he was that sideline to sideline guy. And to be honest, I think Davis has all the potential in the world. He kind of came from, zero to hero, I guess is really what you could say. Is he wasn't really on very many boards going into this year, and he kind of played his way onto this board. So I think this is a great pick. I think this is an ending pick, I guess, for John Bostic. I think this is his replacement. And I think Washington took straight value here. Like, yes, it's a little bit of a reach because I had him in the mid to late 20s, but honestly, we're at pick 19. At that point, it's not that big of a reach compared to Leatherwood, who potentially was going late second, early third almost. So, as a comparison.
Fair enough. Well, let's get to your big board because we've been talking about it. We got a few boards to check up on. Obviously, 1 through 10 are gone, Kyle.
Nice.
You got all 10 of your guys gone. You did good. Top 20, everyone's gone. And if you go to number 2 number 11's 11 through 20. Wow, I can't speak. I apologize, folks.
English is hard sometimes.
6 of your guys are gone through the top 19. That's pretty good. Any of those guys still available there that you're surprised with?
I keep talking about it. To me, Christian Darrisaw is the big question mark. I thought he was going to be definitely off the board at this point. And I think, honestly, the Giants who traded back and who now have the 20th pick, I think there's a huge opportunity. If they take Darrisaw here, they get their left tackle that would replace Nate Solder, who was arguably terrible last year. So I think if you could go Darrisaw here and add to that offense and protect Daniel Jones a little bit, I think it could be a great value pick. Then again, I could also see the Giants trading down and getting another pick with potentially somebody else, like who else wants to jump up. So, but definitely for sure, I would say Darrisaw. Other than that, I look JOK. JOK out of Notre Dame to me is I thought he was the second best linebacker. Obviously, I'm very high on Davis for sure, but I'm kind of surprised he's still there. There's definitely a potential that he could have gone before this. But yeah, I think he definitely goes in the next probably 5 picks. So
fair enough. Well, let's move on to the 20 through 30 picks. And I mean, 2 of your guys gone. Everyone else is kind of still available there.
Yeah, 100%. And that's I think there's definitely potential. We had a couple guys off the board, but that were not really in my top 30. But honestly, other than that, they're kind of all still there. I look at, in the top 30, I look at Bateman. Bateman, my next wide receiver, really is going to come off the board, I think. He's got that big playability. He's got the deep threat shot. I look at maybe Green Bay ends up taking him to help Aaron Rodgers potentially stay there a little bit. I don't know.
Like a lineman. Thank you very much. Lineman.
At the same time, Greg Newsome's still there. That corner that we've been talking about. Also, Caleb Farley that we were talking about a little bit earlier too is still available. So I'm kind of surprised some of these corners are still available, but they could be get taken off the clock real soon.
And quickly, just the last 2 boards, 31 through 40. Only Leatherwood is gone in that area, which is not really a surprise. And we still have all 10 of your 41 through 50 still on the board. So, I mean, everyone is kind of falling into place. We're kind of seeing a pattern moving forward now. So we're on 20. It is the Giants once again. What are we seeing here, Logan? What do you think the Giants do in this pick?
Okay, so we talked about the Giants. Let's go back 2 years for a second. We said, okay, it's time for the Giants to get foundational picks for Daniel Jones. So they take Andrew Thomas last year. Now you have an opportunity, because we thought for a second it was Devontae Smith or bust in the first round for the Giants. Well, now you have an opportunity to take Darrisaw. And I like what Kyle was saying there, but I'm just going back to Andrew Thomas last year, and you're kind of filling out the holes on your offensive line, and you're actually starting to build maybe one of the better ones in football. Now, it's going to take more time, but these are the pieces absolutely that it takes. And you have an opportunity right now. You didn't get your wide receiver earlier. That's all right. Drop down a bit. Take the guy, Darisaw and Thomas. I love it moving forward for the Giants.
You nailed it on the head there, Logan, and I think, Kyle, you're probably in the same boat. As the commissioner steps up, he's talking to the Giants fan. How cool would it be, by the way, to be in that seat during the draft? Like, no offense, that would be awesome. But the commissioner is at the podium, so we'll go there now.
With the 20th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Kadarius Toney, wide receiver, Florida.
Kadarius Toney going from Florida, senior 6 foot, 193 pounds listed. Kyle, does this guy fit the Giants scheme?
Oh, I guess I got to turn it on again. 100%. I think the biggest thing for Toney was Toney could have gone anywhere from this pick to mid-30s, 40s. He was kind of all over the board. For Toney, he's a real scheme guy. He can do anything. He's fast. He can do the slot. He can do outside if he needs to. He's got the speed like no tomorrow. That's for sure. And he's also a special teams guy too. So to me, the amount of things that this guy can do is it reminds me kind of like I can't think of his name right now.
What team?
Seattle. Quick. Oh. There you go. Percy Harvin. That's what I was thinking of. Kind of like a Percy Harvin type guy where he's got the speed. He can help out on special teams. He can be your return guy. And he can be, jet sweep out of the backfield, whatever it may be. But to me, I like this pick. I do. I think this is the wide receiver. I probably had Bateman higher than this, and I think Bateman would have been a little bit more of the deep threat type of guy that they potentially were looking for. But Kadarius Toney is a guy who people have been sleeping on. I think he's going to do very well for the Giants out there.
Yeah, and it's an interesting pick. Logan, I want you to jump in on this. Toney to the Giants. What do you make of it?
I like the player. I'm not sure I like the pick. Now, he is toolsy, right? And I hope they don't turn him into a full gear player, right? I mean, we've seen that before with guys, and then their development just kind of go by the wayside. But my problem with this pick is this. You traded down. And I thought that if you didn't get your number one guy, Devontae Smith, earlier, then you can go and get wide receivers later in the draft. And I don't understand going to 20 and not taking another position and targeting someone else other than a wide receiver. That's just my thoughts on it. Now, again, I think that Kyle does have a lot of good points in terms of maybe he's being slept on. This is a bit of an under-the-radar pick, and the Giants may be onto something here. So in that sense, I like it. But I just don't understand how you're going to trade down about 9 picks or 10 picks, whatever it was, and then take the same position. To me, you hold off on the wide receivers if you don't get your number one guy and you decide to trade down. I thought they could have really improved the offensive line here.
Yeah, and it's kind of a surprise because we talked about offensive line. There's still some very good offensive linemen available. Darisaw being the one that stands out to me. Why are these guys falling? Let's not forget, the last couple of years, offensive linemen have been very, very valuable in the draft. We've seen a lot of them go near the top of the draft. Now we've had 2 go so far this year. 1? Just Sewell?
No, Sewell and Slater.
Sewell and Slater, right.
Well, and
so just
obviously
2.
Leatherwood. But
right? That we thought were going to go high. Leatherwood snuck in there a little bit, so 3. I'm still kind of surprised that we haven't heard Darisaw's name yet, Logan. I don't know why.
Well, especially when you've seen a lot of teams learn their lesson over the last few years. When they ignore the offensive line, the team becomes a mess after a few years, and now you got to rebuild the whole thing. This is what teams are running into. So I'm surprised that there's a lot of tackles, guards, whatever it may be, that are falling in this particular draft. And I thought the Giants pick right there, that was a pretty good opportunity to take a pretty good one, right? I mean, we're not talking about a guy who could have fell to 60, 70 in that range. We're talking about a guy who probably should be a first-round pick, and I thought you could have gone in that direction, And I think with the Giants, I think not everyone – I know this is an offensive player, an exciting player, the flashy pick here. I'm not sure if everybody in that fan base would be on board with this.
For sure. We're going to take a quick break here and be back with the 20 through probably 30 picks when we come back.
Hey guys, it's producer Jake here from Betting House, the Garage Door Sports Network's ultimate degenerate gambling podcast. Catch our episodes weekly on Apple, Spotify, and Google as we bring you banter, laughter, and of course picks for all sorts of games throughout the week. Give us a follow on our socials at Betting House Pod, where you can catch all our bets each week, as well as some bonus content. Remember to always gamble responsibly. Let's get rich.
Hey guys, I'm Gabe Ferraro.
And I'm Logan Lockhart from Between the Uprights on the Garage Door Sports Network.
We cover everything football from NFL, CFL, and all off-season storylines. We make our weekly picks during the season and cover every headline in the off-season.
Check us out on the shows tab at garagedoorsports.com for our weekly episodes.
Come join me, Kelton Forrest, on the Mic college basketball podcast powered by the Garage Door Sports Network, where we talk everything from my disdain for Duke basketball to my love for Kentucky and John Calipari, and everything in between. Check us out under the shows tab at garagedoorsports.com and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everyone, this is Irfan Manji from Touchline Thoughts. We are an all-soccer podcast hosted by yours truly with guests every episode. We provide news, analysis, and opinions every episode as well. Touchline Thoughts is powered by the Garage Door Sports Network, and you can listen to us on your favorite podcatcher. Cheers.
All right, we are back, folks. Nick McVicar, Kyle Varty, and Logan Lockhart bringing you the Garage Door Sports Network 2021 NFL Draft Special. We are through 20 picks. Mm-hmm. It is taking a lot longer than I thought it would, but at the same time, the last few picks have been flying by, guys. Yep. And now we are at 21 with the Colts, with our man Jordan McDonald's favorite team. Kyle, you like one player in particular for this one, so I'm going to let you lead off. And Logan, I want your opinion as soon as he's done. But Kyle, who do you think they take here?
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. And this is purely because I believe Justin Houston's gone. So in my opinion, this immediately replaces him, gives that defense another added bonus. Obviously, they got the quarterback in Wentz, so I think they go defense here with a defensive end / linebacker.
And Logan, quickly, who do you think they take?
Yeah, I think you have to find a replacement immediately because that's the mode that the Colts are in. So if Houston's gone, you do have to go in that direction. Commissioner's coming up to the stand. Now, again, the Colts, big crucial pick here because they do have that sky-high potential for next year.
For sure. Here's the pick.
With the 21st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Kwity Paye, defensive end, Michigan.
What an unbelievable.
Kwity Paye is the answer. So we're going defense, edge rusher from Michigan. My boys, the Big M, because we can only produce defensive players, as Haley so eloquently put it in her mock draft. Logan, is this a nice fit for the Colts after what we just said?
Yeah, you could have gone either way, and it was just a matter of who the Colts liked better. Now, again, we talk about Carson Wentz being there. Am I completely sold on Carson Wentz? I'm not prepared to say that, to be quite honest with you. But whatever happens, you have to continue to ensure that your defense is amongst the top of the division. That division just appears to me to be wide open almost every year now. So if you can add talent on the defensive end, I think that's the way you got to go. When things are tight in a division, you can't go wrong with defense. And I think in the AFC South, that's exactly what you got to do.
Yeah, and Kyle, you said Owusu-Koramoah, who is going to go soon. He has to go soon at this point. What did you think of the Pay pick?
To be honest, I kind of forgot Kwity Paye wasn't picked. I had him in my mock draft a little bit earlier than this, so
A little bit?
I had him going, I believe, to the Giants earlier.
Either way.
Either way. Actually, no, I actually had him going next, but that is what it is. I think this pick is great, and as we were saying, their biggest need right now is rush to try and get some of the production that Justin Houston brought to them last year, and Kwity Paye. Honestly, you could have gone either way. I don't think it really mattered which way you went. I think both are definitely dominant edge rushers and will bring pressure to the on the quarterback. Kwity Paye, you kind of get that. He can either go down into the ground or he can stand up when he's rushing too. So gives it a little bit of options there too. So I do like this pick. I think it's honestly it was kind of a coin flip between the two, in my opinion. But I do like this pick from Indianapolis.
Logan, I'm gonna go. Logan, we're looking now at Tennessee, and where do you see them going with this pick?
First of all, can I just say how cool it is that we've had so many divisional teams next to each other so often as we have. Now, Tennessee, I find it interesting because, again, I said it with the Colts about how when you're in a division like this, you should probably go defense. We've talked about Newsome how many times? Is this where he goes? I think it very well could be. That's where I'm going to go out on the limb. Kyle's got a lot of picks right throughout the draft. Let me get one. Here we go.
He had, who did you just pick, Logan? Wow, I'm blanking. I'm sorry.
Greg Newsome.
Greg Newsome.
Corner, okay. I can see that. Honestly, I think who they're going to take is the guy I just said that it was going to go to Indianapolis. And I think that's purely because of the terrible clowny experience that Tennessee had. I think they need to replace that defensive line. They need to actually shore that up. So I could definitely see that. Look for two, either Ojulari or KOH. I think those are the two picks that are going to end up going here, purely because I think they do need that edge rush. 100% they could go corner, but I don't know. Yeah, again, like they could go anything here really. Also, you could see a trade down for somebody who does want a corner at this point. I could definitely see a trade down from the Titans for somebody who really needs a corner.
What about a player like Rondell Moore or one of the other wide receivers? Elijah Moore as well is still available. Rashad Bateman is still available. This is a team that has a lot of potential, and they're just showing actually Elijah Moore's house right now on this TV screen. So apparently I'm thinking very similar to the broadcast. Is this a spot that a wide receiver should go? Tennessee has a few good pieces on the offense, but would that push them over the top? Logan, let's start with you.
I think that's definitely an option for them here. Don't you think on some levels Kwity Paye was their guy and the Colts kind of just took him from them? I think
that's why it's taking so long for sure.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking. I think that Kwity Paye could have been their guy. Now, maybe that shifts their approach a little bit and they do go offense. And is Elijah the guy, right? But, Kyle, what do you think about Kwity Paye potentially being stolen there by the Colts?
I 100% do think that could have been the pick because, to be honest, I had Kwity Paye going to Tennessee in my own mock draft just purely for the edge rushing. But they could be scrambling here, to be honest, because I think they do probably have a number 2 option that they wanted. But they potentially could be looking to trade out of this, too. That's why it might be taking so long. Just because Kwity Paye might have been their guy because oh, no, it looks like the pick is in. So
pick is finally in. It took them a while, but they figured out who they wanted.
They used the whole goddamn 10 minutes. So.
Okay, if they want to go edge, because you're talking Kwity Paye, both of you mentioned that. If they want to go edge, what about a name like Owe or Ojulari? They're probably late 20s, early 30s on most big boards. They're late 20s, early 30s on your big board, Kyle. Logan, do you think that they would fit that same need, or do you think because Paye was their guy, that was the one they wanted, they're now going completely different direction.
They could shift their approach, but clearly the Giants didn't do that. The Giants didn't get Devontae Smith, and yet they still took a wide receiver. What about Joe Tryon? The edge rusher. That's another guy as well. That could work, but, we'll see. They can either go the direction the Giants just did, and that's, we don't care who you just took, we're going with the same position, or they can say, hey, we can go get an edge later in this draft. I mean, what's the rush right now, right? No pun intended.
Yeah, you're right. And Kyle, I'll let you jump in now because I think I kind of just cut you off there. What do you think of that edge later in the draft as opposed to right now?
I could see it 100%. I could see it just purely based on the corners available. I think is the real reason. I think that they could definitely, I don't think they expected, Newsome and Farley to be exactly their pick of the litter, I guess is what you could say, available at this point. But I'm going to stick to my guns. I think it's
J-O-K.
J-O-K. I keep saying K-O-H. I don't know why. J-O-K, I think, is my pick here because I think he fits that clowny mold that they were trying to go with, but failed miserably. So I think he fits that linebacker, edge rusher aspect.
Okay,
so.
I'm going off the board. I'm saying Farley right here, and we'll see how this goes. The commissioner is at the podium just trying to get the crowd riled up. Let's turn it down to him right now.
Oh, sweet Caroline. That's fun. We're at the draft, suddenly a Red Sox game breaks out. All right, that's well done. The Titans are ready to go. Here's Roger.
So sorry, after that, Coach, here's the pick.
That was good. With the 22nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Caleb Farley, defensive back, Virginia Tech.
So the plot thickens.
I hit one, boys. Thank you very much. I'm done for the day. You guys are stuck by yourselves now. I'm walking away. Farley, cornerback to the Titans. We talked about it. They probably wanted the edge rusher, Logan. But Farley, does he fit the need for this team?
Yeah, I mean, I was saying Newsome here, and now Newsome is dropping. I mean, clearly he wasn't the third best corner in this draft, right? And that's what I thought we all thought would happen here. It would go with the first two guys who, of course, were the unanimous top two. But then, right, Newsome would be there. Newsome is dropped. And we've talked about Newsome for a lot of different picks here. And I thought if Tennessee's going to go corner, it's going to be him. I didn't realize we were at a Red Sox game for a second there, seventh inning stretch, but carry on.
Yeah, and Kyle, I mean, seventh inning stretch, that's our family songs there. For some reason. I don't know why that became our family songs, but that's one of ours. Farley now is a Titan. How does he fit into that team, and how does he fit into that division that is now a very offensive division?
I mean, up until his injury, Caleb Farley was potentially a top 10 pick. Is really what it came down to, and he was arguably the best cover corner and man coverage corner in the draft. So to me, I think this is a fantastic pick for the Titans. Obviously, they've been looking for a real good corner to actually stick there. And I believe Malcolm Butler left in the offseason too, so they needed a replacement for him. So I love this pick for the Titans. I do think edge probably was a little bit more pressing of a need, but when the corners are available and they're available, and the top corners really are still available other than the top two, I guess, you kind of have to go here. It just ends up being a value pick at that point. So Caleb Farley, I know the Saints were potentially trying to trade up for him, so I guess they couldn't swing the trade in that aspect, but very good pick by the Tennessee Titans.
Very good pick for sure, and we're going to see some more value picks because I still think there's some very valuable players still available in this draft that we have talked about that will come up. We're going to take another quick break here, guys, and after that we will bring you the rest of the draft.
pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Christian Darrisaw, tackle, Virginia Tech.
So we are back, folks, and as you just heard, Darrisaw is headed to the Vikings, joining a offensive line trying to keep Kirk Cousins standing upright, which I know some Vikings fans won't like to hear. Sorry, any Vikings fans listening. But Darrisaw to the Vikings, Kyle, this is just taking one of the best players available at any position, correct?
Yeah, 100%. I think this is pure value at this point. And Darrisaw, who I did not think was going to be on the board at this point, 6'5", 314, definitely should stay at left tackle. Definitely has the size and ability for it as well. So to me, it just makes sense at this point. Vikings have not exactly had the greatest of success with offensive linemen, looking at Riley Reif and so on and so forth. But I think Darrisaw right here, I think is a great pick, and I think he brings huge big man ability as well as big playability when setting up runs and so on and so forth. So I think that running game of the Vikings is definitely going to be improved with Darrisaw in the lineup. So.
And Logan, what do you make of the Darrisaw pick? Is this just to protect Kirk Cousins, or are they hoping that maybe someone else might be behind center in the near future?
I think more about the run game. I wouldn't look too far into the whole quarterback situation in Minnesota. I mean, we'll see. I think for them, it's kind of take it day by day. I know that's cliche, but it's almost what you got to do with Minnesota right now. Yeah, best player available. And Nick, you hit the nail on the head because, you could have said offensive line was one of their needs, but I would have liked them to go in the defensive direction if they were in that position. But because Darrisaw fell right here, you had to take him. And how many times have we said that so far in this draft, right? Minnesota, just another one of those teams that just had to do it.
And they have to. And as you say, I actually nailed one on the head. It's not often that I've been doing that this draft, getting things right, but that's 2 in a row. So I'm gonna just take it and go. Farley and Darrisaw, both Virginia Tech guys, now going to opposite poles of the country, basically Tennessee and Minnesota. I like the Darrisaw pick. I think this guy is going to be a beast on that offensive line, and of course my team has to play against him twice a year, every year. So he's going to be a problem area moving forward. Hopefully he stays, because I think he is a good fit, and we'll see what happens there. Steelers are now on the clock, and Kyle, I want to start with you, but the pick is in, so I don't know how much time we actually have. Mm-hmm. Where do they go? You said during the commercial break to me that it might be Darrisaw.
Yeah.
But Darrisaw is now gone, so where do they go? Are they going to be next player available, which is like a Newsome or someone like that, or do they need to go in a different direction and go off the board a little?
Their two biggest needs are probably corner and offensive tackle at this point, but I think it's Najee Harris here. I think it has to be. I think they've been scouting him the draft process, so we'll see what happens right here.
And here it is. We'll go down to the commish.
24th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Najee Harris, running back, Alabama.
Are you reading the Pittsburgh Steelers' mind there, Kyle, when you said that? Because that was way too easy.
I mean, it's a great pick, and he brings a lot to the team, but he's not going to be able to do too much with no offensive line to actually able to carry him. So I do like the pick of Najee Harris. I think he adds a running game to that offense that had zero running game last year, and kind of made that offense one-dimensional. So I think it is a good pick here for the Steelers with Najee Harris, as he's definitely the best running back in this draft. But in saying that, I still think offensive line is the biggest need for this team, and I don't believe they have a second-round pick. So getting an offensive lineman might be a struggle in that aspect. So they might have to trade up into the second round with maybe a third or a fourth rounder and future picks in order to get back and get maybe one of those offensive linemen who potentially are slipping. So do I like the pick of Najee Harris? Yes. Do I think there's more pressing needs they could have addressed, 100%.
The Steelers do have a pick in the second round. It's 55th overall, so we'll see who offensive line is available at that point. Logan, let's get your opinion on the Harris pickup by the Steelers. Is this something that makes sense?
Yeah, when I was thinking about the Steelers heading into this draft, I was almost thinking they have needs sprinkled across the entire field, really. And that's not to say that the Steelers aren't a competitive team. I think they are. But they could have gone in so many different directions here. And I think that when you have pick 24, yeah, it's appropriate at this point to kind of take a running back, especially when he's if in your mind, the best one available from the Steelers' perspective. So I think that it's a pick that makes sense. Now, again, it's not like they had one pressing need in my mind. I think that they had just a bunch of them. And that's kind of what they're going to have to address later in the draft. But, they may have had the best running back in the draft here, and they better hope for their sake that that's what they got.
Yeah, they really better hope for their sake, because if he turns out to not be the best running back in the draft, Steeler Nation is going to be very vocal on that specific thing. We're now up to number 25 in the draft, and we're there on a commercial break, but we're going to keep pushing on through. It's Jacksonville once again. And they had the first overall pick. They got their guy in Trevor Lawrence. Where do they go now, Kyle? What direction do they go? Do they go offensive weapons to give to Lawrence, or are they going to go on the defensive end and maybe pick up a Newsome that is still available? Ojulari is also still available. Is that the direction that they go?
I do think they go defense. I think, in my opinion, they do go defense. I think it's either going to be Greg Newsome, or I think it's going to be potentially Trayvon Moehrig, the safety out of TCU. I think adding to that secondary is definitely a big key right now. And I just got the text from Justin that he's happy that I got Harris.
Oh, goodness. Justin's happy. We can all sleep quietly now.
There's that. But in this pick, I definitely think they go defense. I think it's got to be either a corner or a safety at this point. Moehrig's the top safety on my board. I know some people have Holland as a safety up there as well, potentially. But I'm going to lean towards safety, because I think that's more probably the safer pick, I guess is what you could say, because I think it is a very limited position in this draft. There's not too many high picks for the safety, so I think if they are going to get one, they get one here.
There also is the added thing that they could go offensive line and try to protect. They could go defensive line as well with a Christian Barmore. Logan, what direction do you think they're going to go on this one specifically?
Yeah, the easy answer is, well, you start building up the offensive line. We do what Cincinnati did last year, right? That's the easy thing to do. You mentioned Barmore. I was thinking about that because, they took C.J. Henderson last year in the first round, and it's almost as if, okay, we need to start focusing on other aspects of our defense at some point because, yes, our secondary might be great. We could take Moehrig, and we could take the best safety in this draft. But at some point, when are you going to build around and rebuild your defense? Remember, the Saxonville days are done. They need to rebuild that somehow. I'm thinking Barmore here, and I think that's the direction they should go into. Now, I don't know what they're thinking. They might go all in on that whole Lawrence narrative of build the offensive line. As while we're at it, first-round pick, they have the luxury of having two. You take a franchise quarterback in one, you go offensive line the other. It's very common. A lot of teams do it. They could be thinking that. But I do like the Barmore suggestion.
Yeah, it's just something that I noticed on their team needs. They have a few listed, and QB was number one. They've already checked that one off. Cornerback, offensive line, defensive line. I would be surprised if they go Moehrig, honestly. Mm-hmm. I understand where you're coming from, Kyle. They're trying to take one of the top players available, and he is clearly the top safety in many people's books. I just wonder, I really do wonder, if they try to go and fill one of the other needs before, because they can find a safety. After Moehrig, a lot of them are going to fall to the second, third, maybe even fourth round. So you might be able to get a guy with some high potential that might not have the skill set at the moment. So I think they probably go offensive or defensive line on this one. I know Newsome's there, so he might throw the wrench into it, but I like the call of Christian Barmore, and I probably am going to be way wrong, but I'm going with it. Either that or Jenkins from Oklahoma State.
See, I can definitely see the offensive line. I can 100% see that. Defensive line, I don't think Barmore is a first-round pick, in my opinion. Apparently, from what I've heard and from what people have said, is he's pedestrian when it comes to it. But then again, that could be just how he practices. Obviously, look at his game tape; it says a different story. But I think Barmore is going to be there when they pick in the second round too. So I think here they go pure value, and I don't know if Barmore is the value there. That's my only opinion on that one. That's why I did lean towards Morig, because if there's a chance that one of the safeties gets taken at the end of the first round, it's a drop off. So that's why the only reason that I went there. I think honestly you could kind of get away with you have Barmore there, but you also have out of Washington Levi. I'm not even going to try and pronounce his last name. Who people have been arguing should be taken ahead of Barmore. So I think that there's value there. You could see him as the option there, but offensive line is a sneaky pick for this one too.
Yeah, you're talking about Levi Onwuzurike from Washington. He has been flying up a lot of boards. You had him still in the late 40s, which I think is a fair point. But you have Barmore at 25, and you just said that you don't think he's a first-round pick. Why is that?
I have him there for his talent ability, purely based on game film. But I think based on more and more people that have seen him work out and seen his practicing, I guess, which obviously it's practice, whatever. But
we talking about practice, man.
I think the ability is there, but I don't know if people are going to truly invest a first-round pick into him. I think is the biggest thing. His talent, if he lives up to everything, 100%. That's why I have him at 25. He can be that person, but it's a matter of if they truly want to invest a first-round pick on a guy who could flame out type thing.
Fair enough. So you have Morig. I have Barmore. Logan, quick answer. Are you sticking with Barmore with me, or are you going somewhere else?
I am, because I think the next two teams, Cleveland and Baltimore, Newsome and Morig, they can go right there. So
all right, well, here's the commissioner right now.
Watch for Bateman.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Etienne, running back, Clemson.
Reunited, and it feels so good.
I don't know what to make of that pick, boys. Running back was not where I thought Jacksonville was going. Logan, you got a very happy, also confused face on you. Where did this one come from?
Okay, so in some ways it makes sense. The last 4 first-round picks they've had, 2 of them have been on the defensive side, and then the other 2, obviously, one's Trevor Lawrence, and now they also go offense. So, you know what? At the end of the day, the positions that we were talking about before, whether it was Barmore, Morig, Newsome, you know what? Those can be filled later in the draft. I think that for them, it's a boomer bust pick, and this is exactly what it is. I think if you're Jacksonville, you take a shot at a guy like this, and I see where they're coming from. Look, Newsome, you know what you're getting, right? He could be a shutdown corner, but then what about C.J. Henderson? Don't you want to put a little more faith in him? Are you really going to put more draft capital into a position that you've already done that with just 1 year ago? So I don't mind this. And who was the last running back they took in the first round? Leonard Fournette, right? You know, look, we're seeing a trend here where when it comes to running backs in the first round, you're hoping for boom or bust.
For sure. I just think I'm not sure this is a perfect fit for Jacksonville. Kyle, you got a confused look on your face as well, so I'm going to throw to you now. Why would they go this if they had other needs that I think are a bit more pressing?
I just don't understand it. You had Demarcus Robinson, who had an unbelievable year for you last year as a running back, who was undrafted. You got a free pick out of him, and now you spend your second-round pick on another running back. Like, I get it, but I don't get it at the same time. Like, so to me, if I'm a team, I'm going after Demarcus Robinson. I'll give you a 6th-round pick. I'll take him off your hands, no problem. Because to me, Etienne, I think would have been a great fit, but I don't think first-round fit. I think you could have probably got him in the second round. Honestly, with the first pick in the second round, you could have probably got him. And I think, one, it would have cost you a heck of a lot less, so there's that too. But it's a pick that I think they, in their minds, was value, but in my mind was overdraft. I think they overvalued that position for somebody who in my opinion, you probably could have gotten the second round because I don't see another team picking a running back in the first round. So I think it's a good pick, but a questionable pick at that. So.
And now we're on the Cleveland Browns, and the pick is apparently already in, which is great.
Mm-hmm.
Cleveland is a team that played very well last year. I think they exceeded a lot of people's expectations.
Mm-hmm.
I think they were right where we thought they were going to be, Kyle, because you and me talked before the season on the show saying that we actually thought this Cleveland Brown team was very good. What do they need to look at for this pick? It looks like Irfan is saying they need defensive help, which is probably the right answer. Where on the defense do you think they need to go? And then, Logan, you can just jump on right when he's done.
So when you guys said Barrymore last pick, I think Barrymore could go here, but I could also see Levi going here as well.
You're really not going to say his last name, are you?
No, not a chance. Obviously, I said they lost. The Browns lost Sheldon Richardson in the offseason, right? But they gained Clowney. So Garrett, Clowney, who's the defensive tackle? I can't even think of his name right now. Malik Jackson, and you add Christian Barrymore into that. That defensive front in the AFC North is scary.
Or on Wusurike.
Even that, like you add him as well. No matter who you pick in there, that defensive front is going to eat that Pittsburgh Steelers lack of offensive line alive. So to me, that one's scary. And then even look like Baltimore. Baltimore lost their starting left tackle, right? Orlando Brown's gone. So to me, if you add to that defensive line, you give Lamar Jackson less time to go out in the pocket. It just makes sense. So to me, I could definitely see defensive lineman here.
Yeah, Logan, quickly, you want to jump on that?
Yep, just quickly, you see Kansas City, a lot of question marks on their offensive line. That's the team that beat Cleveland. I think, yeah, Kyle, you're right on the money here because absolutely, that's a position of strength that they can have. The opportunity is right there. Quickly, I want to say, actually, I might say it afterwards, but I see a lot of similarities with what Cleveland has to why Jacksonville may have made that pick, but we'll save that for after.
Okay, I will hold you to that. And here's the commissioner.
The pandemic revealed the depths of the digital divide for underserved students across the country. We have partnered with the Education Trust as part of Draftathon to bridge the divide. Maya Tumoto and her class at Shaw High School here in Cleveland have faced this challenge during remote learning. She has worked overtime to assist other students, not only preparing and distributing computers, but teaching other students how to use them. I'm proud to introduce Maya to make the Cleveland Browns pick.
What's up, Cleveland? Are y'all ready for this? All right. Are you guys ready for the best in the land? With the 26th pick for the 2021 NFL Draft for the Cleveland Browns, we have Gregory Newsome II.
And there's the answer. It's Greg Newsome. Logan, you had a point before, so I'm going to let you go with that, and then give us your opinion on the Newsome pick.
Okay, well, yes. You see Nick Chubb, Kareem Hunt. You see what happened last year. And I think the trend right now is let's not pay a guy big money at running back, and let's just get a solid duo and work with it. And I think that's what Jacksonville was thinking with that pick. I think they really are taking a chance with that. But that's the mentality, and I think that might be a new age sort of thinking with having a running back duo. So I think that's what the Jaguars might have been thinking. Now, with this pick, I said it before. I said, okay, you could see a scenario where it's Newsome and then Morag. I think that's where Baltimore's going to go now. I really do. And I think that they're really happy that Jacksonville went with a running back and not either of those two. So I like that for sure. Now, we have, I believe, did Baltimore just make their pick here?
Yeah, Baltimore's next, yep.
Baltimore's next, yeah. So, look, at the end of the day, I think that's a solid pick for Cleveland because – you know, you could have gone with that just lethal front four that we were just talking about. But if you're going to help in the secondary, and with the play that we saw in their secondary last year, I think this is a win-win for Cleveland. And who are we taking as the favorites in that division? It's Cleveland right now.
And that's exactly it. It's Cleveland is the favorite in that division, which is something growing up none of us would have been able to say. Like, that is not something that we've said, but they have put together a squad. And it helps when you have a quarterback like Baker Mayfield, who is just an energy guy. I'm not going to say he's the most prolific passer we've ever seen. He's not the best quarterback in the league.
He's talented.
But he has talent. But I think the big thing for him is he is a energy guy who helps bring that team up more. Mm-hmm. And that's something that you can't measure in stats. That's something you can't measure in anything, really. So the fact that Baker is the leader of that team, I love. Mm-hmm. And they've built a good roster around him, Kyle.
100%. And that's what, honestly, with that pick, I like it. I really do. It's I think, you team him up with Denzel Ward out there on the corner. I think that's definitely something that Cleveland has needed. And obviously, I wanted the monster defensive line, but even then, their defensive line as is still a monster. And so there's that. But I think the biggest thing is if you get an OBJ healthy and you get him back in the lineup with Cleveland. And I think Cleveland, is definitely going to definitely get a run for that division. I think they definitely are the favorites. I think at this point, I think Baltimore is probably number 2 and Pittsburgh 3, just with the how Pittsburgh's kind of fallen off a little bit. But in saying that, Cleveland, great pick here. Interesting to see where Baltimore goes on this one. Baltimore's obviously got 2 picks in the next 5, so we'll see how they go with that one.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick break here once again, and we will be back to bring you pretty much the end of this draft, hopefully. Maybe there's 6 picks left. We'll see how far we get. Mm-hmm. But all that and more when we come back. All right, we're back quickly, folks. Straight down to the commissioner as the Ravens pick is in.
With the 27th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Rashad Bateman, wide receiver, Minnesota.
So Bateman is the way they go. They decide to go receiver. Kyle, what do you make of that one?
To be honest, it's surprising me, but doesn't at the same time. Obviously, I had Bateman going earlier in the draft, but I think the biggest thing for them in the Ravens is they wanted to get Lamar some more targets downfield, and Bateman is exactly that. He's a target going downfield. So if Lamar can throw the ball, then Bateman can catch it. That's the biggest thing. So I do like this pick. I think it's a great value pick because I had him early 20s compared to late 20s. And I think you're definitely looking at some like the Super Bowl contending teams that are probably a little bit pissed off just because he's gone at this point and they thought he potentially could slip to them. So obviously there are still like Elijah Moore and Rondell Moore available still. So you still have wide receivers on the board, but I think Bateman was the next one off the board. So great pick by the Ravens. Let's see if Lamar can actually hit him with some passes now.
You're a liar because you had him literally listed at 27 on your big board. He is number 27. He is pick number 27.
No, in my mock draft, I had him 20 to the Bears, though.
Fair enough. But he's literally picked number 27. This is another weapon in a very good division, Logan. Do you like this pick and why?
I do, and I think that, with the Ravens going the way they have the last few drafts, we see a trend with them, and I want to ask Kyle this and see if what I'm thinking is kind of what's going on here. How much do you think this was, we need to take the best player available here, no matter the position, versus, hey, let's get Lamar a weapon? What do you think the ratio in that is?
I would probably say 40-60 because the biggest thing I was hearing was that they were looking wide receiver with one of their first two picks. So I think it came down to best player available wide receiver wise is if this person was available at this pick, they're taking him, compared to maybe they could have taken him at 31, right, and maybe got one of the Moores or whatever it may have been. But I think Bateman was their guy, and I think they wanted to get him now and take their chance because I think they're going to go offensive line with their next pick. I think they saw who's on the board. They saw that these tackles seem to be slipping a little bit. Maybe we'll wait until 31 to take our tackle. We'll get our wide receiver at this point. So that's why I think definitely 40% of the way was best available because I think Bateman was definitely the best available at that point, offensive-wise. But I think that's 60% was just trying to get another target because Mark Andrews was their best receiver last year, and he's a tight end. So that says something about their wide receiver core.
Does that answer your question, Logan?
It does, and it makes me wonder about the Saints, who are next. And remember how we were saying about Tennessee, how the Colts may have taken Pay, and that was their guy. I think that the Saints really believed here that Newsom was going to fall to them, and that would have been their guy. And it's just not happening. And I think, look, it's plan B right now because they saw Newsom fall, and they were thinking, wow, okay. I mean, he's actually going to fall to us. This is looking like a guy that is not going to be taken here. Now he is. It's interesting with the Saints because I think corner was that to me, I talk about the Steelers having sprinkled needs across the field. For me, the Saints, they needed to get help in the secondary.
For sure. And you know what? While we have some time here, why don't we update you on the big board, Kyle? We've already talked about it, but 1 through 10 is officially gone, but let's take another quick look at it. 1 through 10, gone. Yep. You're good. You've got that locked down. 11 through 20, a lot more players are gone than last time. Break it down for me, my man.
Why is there 2 Colts on there? Anyways, I think JOK, I don't understand why he's not gone. To me, he's the third best linebacker on the board, so I'm not really sure why he's still available. I think that's my biggest thing. I'm not quite sure what's going on with that one. I think, you look at one of these Super Bowl teams, it could be Tampa. Tampa could take him at 32 and get an absolute steal of a draft, and it would be heartbreaking for me as a Notre Dame fan. But it is what it is at that point. But then again, you look at I still got a couple edge on there. I got Jason Owe from Penn State, and I got Aziz Ojulari from Georgia that are still available too. That I think some of these teams coming up could use some edge rushers as well. So I expect them to go. And then obviously we have the wide receivers. We got a couple of those, the Moores out there that are available to take. So I think there's going to be a lot of good players available on day 2 as well. Not even looking at the end of day 1. I think day 2 is going to be some extreme value picks in those early picks.
For sure. And we're talking 19 out of your top 20 are gone. Mm-hmm. You're looking at sprinkles in the 20s and the 30s all being gone. But all of the ones in your 41 through 50 are still available, which shows you that there's huge talent still there.
100%.
If you are going to say most valuable person still available, is it J.O.K.?
I think for what he brings to the team, yes. I think that the only other one I would debate would probably be Tavon Jenkins from Oklahoma State. I think him as an offensive tackle, I think he could walk in and be a day 1 starter come next year. So to me, that's extreme value, especially at the end of the first round. I think that's extreme value there.
Fair enough. Well, we're going to get more picks as they come in. The Saints pick is ready to go. Where do the Saints go with this one, Logan? There's so many different directions that they could go, but where do you think they end up?
Yeah, I was thinking before that the pick was in that they could trade this pick, because I think there's going to be a lot of value in the second round, just like last year. We'll see what the commissioner has to say here.
Yeah, I'm going to have to cut you off. I apologize. That was my bad. I should not have asked the question, but here's the commissioner.
Asante Samuel Jr., watch it.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Peyton Turner, defensive end, Houston.
Peyton Turner, local kid, 3 years.
Well, throw the big board out because we are officially off it now. Peyton Turner is the pick by the Saints. Kyle, where are we going with this one? Where did this guy come from?
I don't even know. I was not prepared for this one.
Do you want me to go to Logan first?
Yeah.
All right, Logan, you're up, my friend. What happened here? How did this guy come out of nowhere?
You know what I like about this is that what I was going to say before kind of mixes in with this, because I was going to say it reminds me of last year when you're going to have a lot of good value guys in round 2. Like, remember last year it was like, okay, Antoine Winfield's available on day 2, or Xavier McKinney's available on day 2, Fulton available on day 2. Those are all guys in the secondary. And I was thinking with this year, it's like, hey, you know what? If you're at the back end of this first round, you can trade down right here and bank a couple picks. And I thought the Saints were going to do that. And the fact that they went out of left field of this pick really confirms that whole idea for me.
For sure. And now I wonder, Kyle, have you got your research ready to go? Are you ready to give some analysis on this pick?
Yeah, I mean, like, some of the, like, he obviously, he was injured a couple games last year, had 5 sacks in 5 games. So, he obviously rushes the quarterback. I think this replaces Henderson on their defensive line, who they lost in the offseason. I think there's a couple of better options, to be honest. I think Ojulari probably would have been my better option for if you're looking for edge rushing. But this guy he's been an riser on the boards. He went from third round potential possibility to now early second, late first. So I don't mind the pick, to be honest. It's kind of off the board, but this could definitely prove to be value later on. So.
Yeah, well, it does throw me for a bit of a loop now. The graphics are all going to be fun to make. But Peyton Turner is now a New Orleans Saint. How big of an impact do you think he has in his first season, Logan?
I think it could be minimal, but the fact that he's going to replace a starter, like Kyle was saying, and Henderson was relatively an impact guy for them. So I think that does give him an opportunity right away. Now, I'm interested in the Packers, though. I really am, because I'm thinking Elijah Moore. That's where I'm leaning with the Packers here. And I say that because if you're not going to take Elijah Moore, then I think Tampa Bay will at 32. And I don't think the Packers want that happening.
I don't think the Packers know what they want at this point in time. They can't figure out a quarterback situation either. Kyle, where do the Packers go on this pick?
Well, God, after going off the board on this one, they obviously do need offensive linemen. That's the biggest thing. Like they need to replace, obviously, Bakhtiari with the ACL injury last year. May not be ready for camp and the start of the season for the start of this year, so they kind of need somebody to fill in there. Plus, they lost Lindsley in the offseason. So I can see this being Landon Dickerson from Alabama. He obviously played center and guard last year for Bama. The other one to look out for is, I don't have him on my board for some reason. Oh, I do. Creed Humphrey, out of Oklahoma. That would be the other one to watch out for. Interior offensive lineman that I think definitely has potential to go here. I think that should be their pick, but at the same time, if they're trying to appease Aaron Rodgers, this very well could be wide receiver here. So could go two different ways in my opinion.
Fair enough. The pick is in. We're just waiting for the commissioner to take a step to the podium. Logan, if they try to appease Aaron Rodgers, what's the best player you think that they're going to take?
Well, if they're going to appease Aaron Rodgers, you can go offensive line or wide receiver, and I think that would be good enough with that cause. My question is here, what percentage of this pick is going to become about Aaron Rodgers? No matter what position they go after here, no matter who they like, this is all going to end up being about Aaron Rodgers, isn't it? That's kind of what I'm sensing here.
It has to be about Aaron Rodgers, unfortunately. As the commissioner takes a step to the podium, we will throw it down to him.
Quarterback off the board.
With the 29th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Eric Stokes, defensive back, Georgia.
That's an interesting pick. Stokes, once upon a time.
All right, that's back-to-back off the big board, Kyle. We're getting into crazy territory now. Cornerback Eric Stokes from Georgia is another one that we weren't really expecting. Logan, what does this guy bring to the Green Bay Packers that might help them keep Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, I mean, we just talked about how do you appease Aaron Rodgers, and this isn't it, obviously. So this is back-to-back years for the Packers in the first round where they've made a move with the selection, and immediately we say, oh, that's an interesting one, right? So, and again, Eric Stokes, he's not on my radar, right? And we're going to hear Kyle's analysis in a minute here. I just got to say this about the Packers. I mean, I don't know if they're playing with fire or what they're doing, or maybe they just don't care anymore, right? Because at the end of the day, at some point, you do have Jordan Love there. And if Aaron Rodgers is not going to be your quarterback next year, okay, restart. Jordan Love's your guy. And Aaron Rodgers, let's be honest for a second. I mean, we're not talking about a 25-year-old here. So if the Packers are sick and tired of trying to make him happy and build around him, then you know what? All power to them. Not necessarily what I would do, but for a quarterback of that age, hey, I mean, let's not get crazy and stress out about what Aaron Rodgers thinks. I mean, maybe that's what they're thinking.
It's a possibility for sure. Kyle, what did you make of this pick quickly? Because obviously the Bills are on the clock, but where the Packers taking a cornerback?
I don't think it was of need, although at the same time I do think it is of need. Obviously, you look how Desmond King ended up last year, ultimately costing the Packers. That game really is what it came down to, is him getting beaten 3 times. So I do think cornerback kind of was a thing. Eric Stokes was just outside my top 50. He was probably 50 to 60 range. But he's an athlete. He's a guy he's going to go after the ball. He's going to play man coverage. He's got the size. He's 6'1", 185, so he can compete with those wide receivers. He's not going to get pushed over by any means. And he's got the size to go for a jump ball. So I do like this pick. I think it's a good pick. I think I have a couple guys ahead of him, in my opinion, but he was definitely on that second tier of cornerbacks for me. So I think he was now a little bit of a surprise if we're doing visuals, I guess, for the draft itself. But I do like this pick. I think offensive line would have been my choice personally, but obviously there's a reason why I'm not an NFL GM. So interesting pick. Definitely could have seen him go in the second round, but we'll see.
Yeah, and now, I mean, the Bills are on the clock. Logan, where do the Bills go? They just had a great year. They were possibly the champion in the conference if they decided to show up for the conference final game. No offense, because they, forgot to show up in the conference final game. What do they do from here? They don't need many big pieces, so who do they get?
I think they go defense, and I think they take a page out of the 49ers book from a couple years ago, which is, look, we're running into money issues, sort of like cap issues. We have a great team, a roster that we believe can contend, but it's time that we start selecting players out of the draft that we believe can be starters right away on the defensive side of the ball, and then you make trades and you lose guys to free agency. I think that's kind of the mode the Bills are in right now, because, and this is a huge compliment to Buffalo, right? Not many teams can be in that mode Buffalo is. I think they take a page out of some of the elite management groups in this league. San Francisco is one of them.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for them, I think, is it's best player available. I think is what it comes down to. And it's one of those, whoever's available that they think is the best player on their board, they're going to take. Because I don't think, as you said, they don't have a whole lot of holes. I look potentially linebacker as a whole to kind of fill somebody in with Matt Milano potentially and help out that offense, that linebacking core, because Tremaine Edmonds is not the guy for them. I think somebody potentially to cover those the tight ends and stuff like that in the AFC could be the way they go. I keep bringing him up. Obviously, JOK potentially there. He's a little bit more of an edge rusher comparatively, but we'll see. I think at this point that would be pure value, and at the same time, I could see them going potentially offensive tackle and just adding to that offensive line and getting somebody. Originally, I would have had Etienne potentially here to really give them a running back in that offense, but obviously he's gone at this point, and they're unless they go Javonte Williams out of North Carolina, which I have him as number 50 on my lineup, but I'm not too sure. So I'm very, very interested to see where they go with this pick, because it could be anywhere. But to me, I'm leaning towards linebacker of some sort.
All right, boys, I'm going to have to say, because that was my team that just picked, I'm a little disappointed with the pick. I thought they could have gone in a different direction. I've been biting my tongue trying to figure out how I wanted to say this. The offensive line was a bigger issue for me. I think that's where they needed to go on that pick, and I'm very disappointed with that. Mm-hmm. Do I think Stokes will be a very good addition? Absolutely. I'm not disappointed with the player. Let me get that very clear. I just think the choice, and it's very similar to last year. I wasn't disappointed in getting Jordan Love. I was disappointed in getting Jordan Love where we got Jordan Love. And I think that's going to be the consistent play for me. Logan, do you kind of see where I'm coming from on that? And do you have any additional?
I do. It's like the Giants pick at 20.
Draft. The Buffalo Bills select Gregory Rousseau, defensive end, Miami.
Wow. Greg Rousseau. Greg Rousseau is now going to the Bills. That's a huge addition. I think he's a steal at 30, although I know a lot of people had him further down, including yourself, Kyle. He was down a little bit on your board, 230.
He was at 30.
Down 230. I'm saying I think he's a steal at 30. I think he was a top 20 talent that ended up falling to 30. Logan, give me a quick rundown of the Bills picking Rousseau.
For a team that is drafting out of a position of strength, you can't go wrong with defense. And yeah, I'm with you. I had my eyes on him coming into this draft, but I didn't think that he would be a top 20 pick. But I'm thinking, well, as a dark horse, if a team was to stretch for him in the teens, then Greg Rousseau could go.
Yeah, 100%. I think the biggest thing, I had him at 30 on my board. Originally, I had him a little bit higher, but he had a terrible pro day. That's really what happened. He did not look good in the pro day, but obviously the game tape speaks for itself. And as we were saying, I think here it's the Bills just taking value. Obviously they had Rousseau a little bit higher up on their boards compared to some other teams. And he is going to be a good edge rusher. I think he's going to be a situational guy for probably the first year or so in Buffalo. But Hughes is not getting any younger in Buffalo either. So, I mean, he could definitely take over for Hughes potentially on that edge and really make a difference for that Bills team. You know, the rich keep getting richer, and they're arguably going with the Chiefs right now for the tops in the AFC. So, maybe that edge rush on Patty Mahomes makes a little bit of a difference comparatively. So
I'm sorry, did you just say arguably going up with the Chiefs there, Kyle? I think they are more than arguably going up with the Chiefs at this point in time. I think they are up against the Chiefs at this point in time, right, Logan?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. When you take a value pick, it means that you're a good team when you're drafting like 30, right? I mean, did the Chiefs really need Edwards-Helaire last year at 32? Did they really need him? I mean, maybe not, but that was a value pick. They said, hey, we think that this guy might be an impact player right away. That's what they did at 32. And I think the Bills are kind of doing that, but the defensive version of it. And I like it. I like it on the line. I mean, I was thinking linebacker for the Bills. I mean, as this draft was approaching, I think that that's going to kind of become a vulnerable place for them cap-wise. So I thought maybe they go in that direction. But I like the pick, and you know what? You can't go wrong with a good value pick and a guy that we said could be a steal, right? I mean, pro day, good or bad, a lot of teams are going to ignore that and say this player, the tape speaks for itself, Kyle, just like you said.
And boys, we are now up to the Super Bowl contenders. I mean, technically, I think Kansas City traded their pick to Baltimore, but still, it is a Super Bowl pick. So now we're at the bottom of the draft where teams are pretty good. Baltimore is a good team. Let's not deny that. They had it. They had a good year last year. They still have a lot of good players. So we're going to see another probably value pick. Kyle, where do they go now after what they took earlier?
God, at this point, I think they have to go offensive line. I think, in my opinion, biggest thing is they have to replace Orlando Brown Jr. They just traded away. So I think, you trade Orlando Brown for the 31st overall pick to Kansas City. Then you draft his replacement 31st overall. So, I mean, he's still value in my opinion. Tavon Jenkins out of Oklahoma State here, I think it would be a fantastic pick to fit on that left side. As I was saying before, I think he can stay at that side and stay on that blind side. So I think, to me, that would be straight value. Other than that, I could see them going, potentially corner or even edge. Maybe one of those linebackers to replace the players they lost in the free agency. So they're kind of lacking on that at the moment. So maybe they go a little edge rusher right here. Maybe Azeez Ojulari potentially.
Ojulari could be a good shout. I'd be very surprised if they did go with an edge rusher though. Could they go offensive line, Logan? I'm going to pose this question to you. Do you think they could use an offensive line as well? Because I think that's the logical spot for me right now.
Well, if Jenkins is the pick, that's textbook NFL management. You trade Orlando Brown, and you get this asset back, and what do you do with it? You just replace him, essentially. That would be textbook. I think they might take Morig here. I think they might go safety. He's available. He's the guy who I think was the best safety in this draft. I know we were saying before it's a thin position in the draft, but he is the best one out of all of them, potentially. Okay. I think they might go in that direction. I think he's slipped too much here.
Fair enough. Well, we're going to take a quick break here on the show and bring you the final two picks when we come back.
All right, boys, we're back. We got 2 picks left. The Ravens pick is in. I'm ready for this. I'm ready to get it going. And Commissioner Goodell is at the podium. But we're waiting. Hold on. The band is playing. And here we go.
With the 31st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Jason Oweh, linebacker, Penn State.
Such an intrigue.
Linebacker from Penn State, Jason Oweh is the choice there. Logan, do you like this pick for the Baltimore Ravens?
Surprise. Remember Patrick Queen last year? So now that's 2 years in a row where they've gone with similar type of positions. I mean, Queen can do a lot on the field. He's a pretty versatile linebacker. But, at the end of the day, I'm quite surprised by this. And I thought this was either one of two things, a textbook opportunity to replace Orlando Brown Jr. or to take the best safety on the board. To me, it was one of those two scenarios. Neither of them happened.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Neither of the ones that we were saying actually did happen. And by the way, the Buccaneers pick was the fastest pick I've ever seen because it's already in. Kyle, what do you make of the Oweh pick before we get into Tampa?
I mean, he didn't have a single sack in 2020, yet is considered one of the top edge rushers, which, I mean, shows the talent he truly has and the potential he has. Obviously, I did have Ojulari ahead of him purely because of what he did last year as well as what he truly brings. But Jason Oweh replaces Matthew Judon, who they just lost to, obviously, the Patriots in the offseason. So they had to fill that need and they had to fill that void for that edge/outside linebacker position. So I'm honestly not surprised they went this way, but I still think offensive tackle to me was the biggest need here. So I'm not really sure. I don't really totally understand the pick, but I would have went tackle. Just to me, makes more sense. But I mean, we've been saying that all night at this point. That offensive tackle is a great need, and everybody keeps falling. So not overly surprised by this pick.
Yeah, I wouldn't call this one a surprise pick. I don't think that's where we're kind of getting at. But with the players still available and kind of their bigger needs, it is a surprise that they took him here, I guess is the best way to put it. And Logan, we're looking at a guy who is a pretty big player, a big beast in that linebacking core, and now he's going to go play with Queen, who, you just said it, like, that's 2 first-round picks in a row that have been linebackers, and 2 big picks in a row that have been linebackers, and the pick is in, so we're going to go straight to the commissioner.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Joe Tryon, linebacker, Washington.
Well, there you go. Joe Tryon is number 32 this year, and I mean, he's an edge rusher as well. He's on your top 50 board, but he's way down that top 50 board there, Kyle. What do you make of this pick for the Chiefs?
I mean, the biggest thing for the Chiefs is I kind of said it with my mock draft was the picks. The Bucks were just like the Bills. They could have gone anywhere with this draft pick. Obviously, like the Bucks could have gone anywhere they really wanted to. The biggest thing for me is JPP is not getting any younger, as well as William Golston and Ndamukong Suh are both free agents come next year. So I think they had to address their edge rushers and pressure points on that defense. So I think you add him onto the line with the players I just mentioned, and I think it gives Tampa Bay even more depth, which is kind of the last thing they really need right now at this point.
The team bringing back 22 starters?
Yeah, of a Super Bowl champion team. Yeah, that's exactly what they need, more depth. Of course, that's actually what they need, but for the rest of the NFL, they don't need depth. I don't mind this pick, to be honest. Obviously, JOK is still there, and I had him way higher on my boards compared to everybody else, so I'm kind of wondering where he ends up sliding to. Could be a huge value pick, obviously in the second day, wherever he ends up going. But I don't mind this pick. I think he's going to be a good edge piece, a good situational piece for Tampa Bay, and they can use him accordingly. So,
Logan, Tryon, 32, going to the Bucks, and yes, I know I said the Chiefs, so I apologize. I'm correcting it now. It is the Bucks. Thoughts on this one?
Yeah, for me, it was either Tryon, who I thought could have gone a little earlier. I mentioned his name. But, the fact that Elijah Moore wasn't taken here, yes, okay. I don't mind it for Tampa Bay. My thought about the Bucks is this. They've maneuvered around this offseason pretty good here because it could have gone downhill in terms of who they needed to bring back and the positions that may be aging in some areas. I think they've maneuvered around this offseason pretty well. And I like this pick.
It's an interesting pick for me, and you mentioned all the guys that they could have taken, but you know what? I think he's a good fit. And Kyle, you mentioned that line is not getting any younger. Mm-hmm. He has the ability to come in and be the perfect second down guy, right? Because he can give you guys a break he can give the guys a break when they need it. So he fits in almost immediately right off the beginning, and he doesn't need to get the starts. He doesn't need the playing time that some of the higher guys in the draft are going to require. So he is perfect for a team that's already set at every single starter position.
Yep.
It's beautiful. It's a match made in heaven, pretty much. And the crazy thing is, boys, we're done. 32 picks. We are done for the day. Second and third round will come tomorrow. We will not have that, unfortunately, because we all work and there's different times and stuff like that. So, but I will try to keep people updated on the Twitter feeds and social media as much as we can. Mm-hmm. Take a look at our mock draft. See how well Kyle, as well as our analyst Wade Zanketta, Haley McGoldrick, and Jordan McDonald all did, because there were some names that none of them had on their drafts. Logan, thank you for joining us, man. We really appreciate you being here from Between the Uprights. It was a pleasure to have you on.
Thanks, guys. That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. Hopefully we can hang out for the draft next year, too.
Hopefully we can hang out in person for the draft next year. So let's leave it at that. Kyle, great job today. I appreciate you always being here with me, man. It was a lot of fun. And for you folks listening at home, thank you. Make sure you check out our website, garagedoorsports.com. We have all your sports needs. Follow all of our shows, Garage Door Sports, Between the Uprights with Logan Lockhart and Gabe Ferraro, Betting House with Kyle Varty, Justin Rapier, TJ Varty, Matt Law, as well as producer Jake Bolin Moss. On the Mic with Kellen Forrest, hosted and produced by the man himself, Kellen Forrest. Touchline Thoughts with Irfan Manji, as well as 20 Minutes on Ice, hosted by Ryan Haslett and myself. Lots of great content. We always have fun. Every show is weekly, so make sure you check those out on all your podcatchers. Mm-hmm. Check out the website. Follow us on social media. We thank you for being with us tonight, and we will see you next time.